we can always pause. This is the study session of the Aurora City Council for May 3rd. And we are waiting for the mayor to get on. He's having technical difficulties, so we'll skip over mayor's update. And
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Katie.
Roll call.
Announcement line, the announcement for the call-in line really fast.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank you for joining tonight's Aurora City Council study session. If you are listening on the phone, please note public comments are not taken during study sessions. The phone line is in listen-only mode. The City Council does welcome comments from residents at regular council meetings on both matters appearing on the agenda and during public invited to be heard. Sign up on those evenings opens at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. And Katie, can you go ahead and take roll?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Sure.
Councilmember Berzins.
Here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There is a quorum.
Thank you. And again, we are waiting for the mayor to get on, and so we will wait on the mayor's update. And do we have any issue update? None? Don't see anybody. Okay, next would be the consent calendar. The first consent item is consideration to approve or to appoint 3 members and reappoint 1 member to the Golf Course Advisory Committee. Do we have any objection to moving that consent to the regular meeting? No? Okay. And then the second consent item, 2B, is consideration to reappoint 1 member to the Election Commission. Are there any objections to moving that forward?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I had heard that there were some issues with this, that folks had tried to request that the commission go into executive session to discuss the appointments and some other concerning issues around transparency. So I was hoping we could bring this back to the next study session after getting some additional information, making sure council has access to the interviews as well as the minutes of the meetings. Although I looked at the minutes from the one meeting and they were really sparse. So I just have some transparency concerns. I was wondering if we could bring it back to the next study with more information.
Okay, so rather than moving forward with the suggestion of the appointee, you're just asking for it to wait and move it to the next meeting, to the next study session?
Yeah, and with more information, maybe it sounded like Katie maybe had something to say on that.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Mayor. I just was going to say that they did want to go into executive session to talk about the candidates that applied for the Election Commission. They were advised against that from my office and the city attorney's office due to transparency reasons. So they did actually do it in an open meeting, and they did the vote on who they would like to appoint to council or to the Election Commission. But if you would like, I can send everybody like a copy of a recording of the meetings and the minutes if you wanted to look it over too.
Councilmember Coombs, is that satisfactory, or would you rather postpone it?
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay, and it sounds like we have the mayor back. So Mayor, we just finished 2B, moving both 2A and 2B to the consent calendar.
Okay.
Mayor Kaufman,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston.
Let me say one thing first, and that is Councilmember Gruber. His mother died. Actually, it was last year, but the family's holding the funeral. I guess now, and he can only be on for a little while, and he wanted to speak on the vacancy issues for Ward 2. So I'm wondering if we, without objection, if we could move that now to the front of the calendar. Is there
Mayor,
an objection? Yeah.
could I just respond to Councilmember Coombs' suggestion going back to the election commission?
Please.
Thank you. No, I concur wanting more information. I don't know if I missed it. I saw the minutes too, and they were pretty sparse, so I appreciate the recording, but did we also have all of the applications in our backup? Did I not see that, or could we get that?
Yes, we can send you all of the applications as well.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And I just, I know we all know that, but for the public's sake, we are still under our purview as council members able to nominate someone maybe even different than the election commission. So just saying that for our public's purview. But yes, getting those applications, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll email that and we'll put this back on the next study session.
Thanks.
Okay. No mayor's update, any issue updates? Then without objection, I would like to move, let's see,
4C.
item number 4C to the front of the agenda. Is there objection? Is Councilmember Gruber on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're coming in a little weak. With that, I believe our staff has a presentation.
Can you share the screen, share the presentation?
Yes, 1 second.
So Mayor, members of council, good evening. I'm Roberto Venegas, I'm the Deputy City Manager for the City of Aurora. I'll be very brief since I think the majority of the discussion will be amongst the council on terms of a process that they'd like to designate. So I'm just going to run very quickly through this presentation. Slides intended to provide a framework for the decisions that the council and the mayor will need to make as regards to the process. So Kitty, can you move the next slide? So these are the areas, current charter and ordinance requirements, the application period and questions that have typically been used in the past, the interview process, timeline options, and then the remaining questions for council. And I believe the mayor has an option. So we're going to go through the PowerPoint and then folks can provide options for the timelines that they want to propose for the process. So this is about 5 or 6 slides, so I'll move quickly. So just on the legal side of it, I think we sent an FAQ that Dave Lathers and Katie had worked on. You have really the only prescription in charter is a 45-day requirement from the date of vacancy. So you just have to appoint somebody from the date of vacancy, 45 days from that date. And since we are 90 days out from a regularly scheduled election, then we do have to appoint somebody. We cannot wait till the next election. Those are really the only 2 binding things that you have in charter or in ordinance. There is no lack of prescribed statutory or ordinance guidance, as I mentioned. And we have a whole a bunch of precedents for other appointment processes that we've used. Many of you who have served on the council when we appointed Councilmember Watson, when we appointed Mayor Laguerre after the passing of Mayor Hogan, those were all processes that the council came to in discussion and landed on that timeline. So again, with this process will be the same. The council will essentially determine the process that they want to move forward. And that will be at your discretion. The only thing you have to stipulate is the 45-day after Councilmember Johnson has vacated the seat is the only guidance. Next slide. So again, questions that you'll need to determine is in your timeline and your proposed timeline, how long would you like the application to be open? The council, the communications department and clerk's office are ready to post that whenever you'd like to post it, and we'll keep it open on all our platforms and push it out through your platforms in any way that you'd like for as long as you'd like. 10 days, 14 days, 21 days. I will note that once you get past 21 days, you're going to be pushing the 45-day requirement for after Councilmember Johnson's vacate. So we want to try to keep it within that amount of period to 10 days to 3 weeks open. Then the next question is to determine how long you would like to review the applications. We will immediately, once the deadline is over, package all those applications in a PDF and send those over to you to have to review. So you'll have to let us know how long you'll want to review them before you schedule interviews. The next question is the resume requirement. We have typically in the past asked applicants to include a resume in addition to filling out an application. So you'll have to let us know if you'd want a resume as well. Next slide. Katie, are you there? There we go. Okay. So here's the application questions. These are just very standard. If there are things that you would like to not see or include, we can do that, but they're pretty straightforward questions. Obviously, we have a profile question, just basic contacts, employment information, references, and education. So that's pretty straightforward. We've asked that in all our applications. Next slide. And then here are the sample questions that we are proposing. You can certainly tweak these as you see fit. These are simply proposed ones. We have used many of these in the past, so I won't read them all to you, but these are basically what we've asked in previous vacancy situations for prospective council members. And then, of course, they have to live in Ward 2 for 1 year. That is a residency requirement, so we do have that there. And obviously, a lecturer in Aurora. General question, why do you desire appointment to city council? The next 3 questions, I think, are trying to, and we'll have another conversation later in the study session around the background checks and criminal background checks. These are questions that we've been working on and received from HR that essentially are opportunities for the applicant to divulge any information that may be issues in terms of employment, in terms of background checks. No, while we're not, we just want to be able to have an affirmative response, a question that allows them to have that opportunity. We do not have that in applications, and I think in the circumstance of the Civil Service Commission, that was an issue that maybe we didn't have the right question to ask, so the candidate has to be able to answer that in the affirmative. So those are those questions there. And then I think that's the last of the questions. Okay, and then the next area of decisions for the council is the interview process. And this could be also a to be determined. When we appointed Mayor Laguerre, the council at that time made a decision to interview every single applicant for that position. We can certainly provide you the number of applications at the end of the deadline period for submission. And at that time, you can decide, well, there's 6, so we'll do all 6, or there's 60, so we'll do a ranking process because we don't have time to interview 60 individuals, whatever the preference of the council. So you don't have to make that decision tonight, but just know that the time considerations and how you want to handle that needs to be addressed in terms of interviewing all or only interviewing a limited number. If you do a limited number, then we'll need to go through a ranking process in which council, as you've done in the past, ranks individuals to lower that number to a manageable one. And that's obviously at the discretion of the majority of council. Determine whether council wants to do these in person or virtual. We can continue doing these virtually. We've tried to do test runs with every candidate to make sure that they have the right technology so they can get online, they can be in person, they can have the video working, they can access WebEx, so we can try to make it as seamless as possible, make sure every candidate has a fair opportunity given the technology and some of the glitches we have. So we try to make sure that they are ready to go before the meeting. And We also need to make a determination because of the time commitment here. And we'll go through this. You have a regularly scheduled meetings in May and June and July. If we put these meetings prior to a regularly scheduled meeting, you tend to have very long meetings that usually will start close to 5 or 4 o'clock. And so we understand from council that there have been some concerns about that. So you'll need to make a determination whether you want to do that or whether you want to have a separate meeting just for this topic, special called meeting on a different date to just address to the issue of the vacancy interviews. Next slide. And then the timeline options. So you have study sessions currently on the 17th, June 7th, and June 21st. You have council meetings May 10th, May 24th, June 14th, and June 28th. So you can use any or all of those dates to schedule interviews, make the actual votes, appointments, but you have to, at the end of the process, you are required to have a formal vote in a formal council meeting to appoint an individual, and that individual has to have a majority of council vote in favor, 6 members. And also, again, the stipulation that you could call for a special meeting for the purposes of interviews only, if you have that preference. Next slide. Okay, so I'll kick it back to the mayor, and you can have a discussion on how you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. Katie, could you share the screen? So I have a proposed calendar that I want to bring up for discussion.
Yes, Mayor, hold on 1 second. I'm bringing it up right now.
Can we make that a little larger? Okay. Okay, so then on May 6th and May 13th, we would post the notice in the Sentinel and on our website. Deadline for submitting the application would be May 19th or May 20th. City clerk does due diligence. In other words, vets the information submitted, checks eligibility. So there's a week for that. City clerk gets packet of applicants to council before May 27th. Publish candidates in Sentinel and on website May 27th in the following week. Study session update on vacancy input June 7th. Schedule virtual reception questions from residents of Ward 2 probably around June 16th or 17th. Interview candidates on June 21st. Formal vote on June 28th. Discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I just have a question. Formal vote is different than the swearing in, or is it in your, because I know traditionally when we've done appointments or votes, there's the vote day and then there's the swearing in day. So I just want to get that clarified when the actual swearing in of this person would be.
That'd be a good question. Roberto, what has been the case in the past?
There is usually, and I'll also have Dan Brotzman weigh in. Usually the vote is taken, it's on the agenda, and then the person is sworn in at the next meeting.
Okay.
So So they would be sworn in on the first meeting in July, or they would sit on the dais on the first meeting in July. The vote would be for them to formally be appointed, would be on the 28th.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs.
is there a way we can set a timeline that would involve us having someone appointed to replace Councilmember Johnston as quickly as possible after her final day? Because it seems like we should be doing our best to have a full council as quickly as possible, and Councilmember Johnston has given us plenty of time to do that.
I think this is fairly quick. Further discussion?
Question, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, on that, I just responding to Councilmember Coombs, are you, because her last day, I believe Councilmember Johnston's last day is the 14th, if I recall correctly. So we're only talking a few more weeks for the formal vote. So you're saying that to have representation from her constituents, because, I mean, other people could take the, any calls, I guess was what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Mayor, may I respond?
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you. I mean, they could, but we also could get it done. Like, we could plan it in a way that would allow us to appoint someone that night if we just get it all together rather than waiting until later. I don't see why we need to have any lapse at all, given the amount of time that Councilmember Johnston has given us to get this done.
Mayor.
Further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Councilmember Coombs said. The current schedule would leave a vacancy for a month. I think that's kind of unacceptable given the amount of headway we have here. So I'd like to see us get that done on the same day if possible.
Mayor,
Councilmember Gardner.
unless I'm misunderstanding the proposed schedule, it would leave a vacancy for one meeting, correct? June 28th.
Correct.
Because Councilmember Johnston would be eligible to vote on June 14th, and then whoever was selected to replace her would be eligible to vote on July 12th. So it's one meeting. So is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so we're just concerned about one meeting. Is that the situation? Because, yeah, I agree with Councilmember Gardner. That would just be missing one meeting. And then in terms of constituents, other people could step in, other council members could step in for the 2 weeks, I think it is.
Councilmember Coombs.
The point still stands that we have no need for any lapse. Even if it is just one meeting, there's no need for any lapse given that we have enough time to make sure there isn't one.
Mayor, may I respond?
Mayor Pro Tem.
What about the fact that somebody else may want to apply for the position? I mean, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems very reasonable. It's hard to read, but I think the point sounds like we want to make sure that the public is aware that there is a vacancy and that they have time to apply. And we certainly, and I know Councilmember Johnston certainly doesn't want to have the perception that this is a done deal for, one person, that they have the job. As the council person, I think we want to have, full transparency that anybody that wants to apply that lives in Ward 2 has that opportunity.
Councilmember Coombs.
But I think with some of this, like reception and other things that are in place, we could do an interview at the study session on June 7th instead of an update. We're going to have the information we need. We're going to have the packets for quite some time at that point. And then there could be the reception again shortly thereafter. If we publish all these dates now, there's enough time for folks to do that. So I think there's just a lot of extra time being put between when we've publicized it, when we've publicized who the candidates are, and then when we vote, when really we could have the reception, we could have the interviews earlier and not have any lapse at all. I think there's some extension happening in this calendar from June 7th on that's unnecessary.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, I still need, I'm sorry, I'm scrambling on this. I need to know the July calendar. My whole intent of this would be now 10 weeks from when I announced is to make sure that Ward 2 is without representation. So I really need to see the July calendar. Otherwise, I'm with Councilmember Coombs, like, why don't we move it up and the person is sworn in on June 28th? Is swearing in July 12th? Is that our first formal council meeting in July? Do we have a study session before then? I'm sorry, I don't have my calendar right in front of me. But I feel like we need to know that because I need to know how many meetings and votes that Ward 2 would be without representation.
Further discussion.
Could I have that
Show the
information?
calendar?
Katie?
Yes. Yes, let me share that screen with you.
Thank you.
Hold on one moment.
There we go.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm just going to read for the public because it's small. But so we have our first meeting in July is July 12th. So is that where if the vote would be June 28th, the swearing in for the new person would be July 12th? Just so I'm clear, that's the first meeting in July.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Barzins.
Oh, thank you. I look at this and honestly, I see that we're being proactive here by even starting so quickly in May. Usually, well, let me preface this by saying I have been through 4 appointments, and we have never started anything until a vacancy exists. So honestly, I believe we could wait until June 15th to start this process. Nothing says we have to start it now.
Mayor?
Because
sorry.
I am not through. Thank you. So, you know, I honestly, I don't know what the hurry is because we don't have a vacancy and we won't have a vacancy. And after the vacancy happens, according to the charter, we have 45 days to fill it. And then that's 45 days starting June 15th, I believe. And then if you look at the back end of 90 days before the election, that's in August. So we really do have a lot of time in there. Mayor, I think you're being very proactive to actually start this so early. Honestly, we could wait and start a little bit later and still get it done. Because, you know, with not having study sessions and council meetings on the same Mondays anymore, you know, we have some things have to be done at study session and some things have to be done at council meetings. So I honestly think you're being very proactive here. And for those of you that have not gone through a vacancy, it does have to be published. We do have to give residents of Ward 2 time to read the Sentinel, read the city website, and I would like to ask staff to also put it in next door in Ward 2 so we could reach as many people as possible. But you have to give them time to fill out applications. Then you have to give the city clerk time to vet. And like you said, Mayor, do your due diligence. I mean, this is something that cannot be rushed. It's never been rushed. Like I said, I've been through 4 of them. And we have, as council members, we have to do our due diligence to get this done right, or else we're going to be looked at by the public as trying to do a backroom deal. If they don't have the opportunity to talk to people, to email, to find out who is turning in their name to us to be on council, you know, we're really not doing our job as far as residents to show residents that we're transparent and we want their assistance. I look at, I'm sorry if I'm rambling, but I look at what processes we go through, or what process Councilmember Johnston went through, or any of us, as far as getting out in front of the public, taking questions from them. You know, I want to know what they feel, how they're going to answer residents' questions. We may ask them something totally different, but a resident of Ward 2 is going to have something that is on their mind, and I want to hear how they will answer these questions. And that's why I like this virtual reception, knowing that that's what we did for police chief. You know, if we weren't in a lockdown, we could have it at the city building. We've done it for fire chiefs. We've done it for mayors. We do this, and this is just part of our due diligence. So, I mean, I like this, but actually, it doesn't need to be started this early. But once we do start it, we need to do it the right way and not rush it through for the sake of transparency. I'm done.
Further discussion.
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I'm just confused by this one on June 7th. I think Councilmember Coombs mentioned this, but why can't we just get the update and the information? I don't know, are you planning to ask the Sentinel to provide that information? I'm not sure what that is that, you know, that feedback is that you're looking for that's coming in prior to the virtual reception that's scheduled. So I don't see why we can't get that information in writing as opposed to having to get a verbal update at that study session. Especially since it's before the virtual reception. So, I mean, it would make more sense to move the virtual reception up and then have that feedback given to us in writing prior to interviewing the candidates, which could all be moved up one meeting. So I guess I just don't understand the intent behind that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a question on that same point. So, okay, well, I'm looking at this, June 7th. Okay, May 27th, we run for a week. The candidates in the Sentinel, I assume, is that so that, I guess, so the public knows who the candidates are, and is this so that we have input? Is that part of the public input process?
Yes. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
I just had a question for you with your time frame. So Roberto proposed a lot of processes that we have to do. Are we going, and we have a lot of decisions to make about what the application looks like, what we're going to be doing. Is the intent to call a special meeting so we can outline all of those and address all those things maybe between, I guess, May 6th and I guess by the time we get the applicants, I just don't understand how we're making all these decisions. Roberto put a whole bunch of questions up. So is that the intent with your scheduling here, to call a special meeting or to address some of these things that we have to?
Well,
I know this is what your calendar is, but
right.
Roberto just put some things that we need to consider. And so I'm just, that's not ironed out yet. So I'm just.
I think the things that Roberto was putting out was, I mean, what is your timeline? You know, when are you going to start advertising the position, vetting the candidates? When are you going to close the application process? So I think those issues are really answered in the timeline.
Well, I mean, we had some in the memo here about things that we need to decide on. So I don't really think that that's a closed conversation.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think on what Roberto had put up, for example, he had, what questions should we ask the applicant? So maybe there actually needs to be another, I don't know, calendar meeting in between some of
Sure.
this. Just so that we can decide on what questions to ask the applicants. I think part of that was making sure we ask the right questions during the application process, but then also what the interview process is going to look like.
Further discussion?
Mayor Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. If I remember correctly, we have kind of some stock questions, and then council members have the ability to ask their own questions as long as they are consistent across all candidates. So I'm not sure what, because I mean, I've been through this process 2 times, and I think those questions were provided as guidance ahead of time. Same thing with all of the boards and commissions, and we're certainly not required to, of course, use them. So I don't know how much time that would actually take. I think if we had a good general consensus around, let's use the process we've had before versus if we created a new one, those are just 2 different timelines in terms of how many meetings would be needed in between some of these already scheduled meetings.
Mayor, well, Councilmember Hiltz, that's not what I'm referencing. What I'm referencing is the memo. Does Councilmember Johnson get to participate in the process? Have we decided this? I mean, I guess I'm just trying to understand from the memo too. I'm not asking about questions. I can formulate my own questions. I'm talking about the procedural piece that to me is not as defined. And, you know, are we doing the background checks? What's the issue here? It's not a closed conversation for me. So I'm just asking, to me, this is not defined unless everybody else had a conversation without me in it in terms of determining what's council member, for example, what her participation will be, et cetera. The questions that were addressed on the memo. So I'm not talking about questions.
This is just a
I had
timeline.
them confused, so that's,
Yeah,
sorry. I had some confusion on what you were asking.
this is just a timeline. Further, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, okay, back to Councilmember Lawson's question about, you know, are we going to do background checks? I think what we're doing is we're trying to change the questions that we typically asked on the application so that we don't run into, you know, a negative situation. And so I think we should add, when's our next study session? The 17th? I mean, maybe on the 17th, we could have decided what questions need to even be put on the application. Or when are we going to decide that? I guess I don't know when we're going to decide that. Councilmember Lawson.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I just want to clarify, I think earlier Roberto had said that these sample questions were provided by HR. Is that correct, Roberto?
That's correct, Councilmember Gardner.
So my recommendation, so candidates that are running for office this year are not subject to a specific background check. And so I'm not sure that I would make those that are applying for this appointment go through something that somebody who's trying to be elected through a ballot don't have to go through. And that being said, if we're going to advertise starting on May 6th, my recommendation would be to use the questions that have been provided by HR, because I think when we put out the call for applications, the application along with all the deadlines and timeline and all that has to be finalized. So I don't think we can say we're going to advertise this starting Thursday, which I think we should advertise it as soon as possible for the record. But I think these questions should be part of it when we put that out right away, because it needs to be on the application.
Yeah. Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, well, so what are the questions? I mean, Roberto said we had typical questions in the past, but they were not really that comprehensive. It was basically, are you a resident? You know, are you registered to vote? That type of thing. And I thought he had some additional ones on there.
Chairperson Bergen, the questions there, we ran through all of them. They're all there. So there's some general ones. have you served on a board? How much time do you anticipate being able to spend? These are ones that we've used in the past. And then as Councilmember Gardner indicated, we added those other ones from HR that may address some other issues.
Okay,
So there's
so
about,
where are the
it's about
HR
10
ones?
questions.
Where
They're
are
on
the
the
HR
second.
ones?
Katie, can you go to the next slide? There, right there. If we were to conduct a comprehensive background investigation reference checks, what will we find that may warrant explanation, or that could be of concern of the city? What will we find in an internet search of press coverage that may be controversial or concern of the city? Please provide whatever explanation. So those two are provided to address some of the issues that we had in the past where we weren't asking applicants to affirm respond.
So our city clerk would not be doing an internet search. We would just ask this question: what will we find in an internet search?
That is correct.
Okay, and then as council members during that time frame, we could do our own internet search, I guess.
That is up to you on how you, if you want to do your own due diligence, that's certainly up to you. What we will provide in packets is the answers to these questions, and then the kind of profile questions, the education kind of data, I shouldn't say, their education, name, employment, references, those types of things, general profile information.
And then what would go on the Sentinel that I guess that would be running an ad? What would go on the ad? Just that we have a vacancy and these are qualifications?
It would simply be Ward 2 vacancy, and we would work with communications, but it would be very succinct. So Ward 2 council member, kind of have some basic information about requirements. They have to be a resident, kind of the 1-year residency requirement, some of the basics, and then presumably a timeline once council lands on it. We would provide deadlines for applications and what they would need to do to apply and how to apply. So you would have probably this posted on the website. They could go online and apply, or they could submit, in writing or deliver it. Give them different options to provide their application.
So if we don't decide tonight on the deadline, then how can you put it out in an ad?
Well, that's what we're trying to. That's what we're proposing. We can't move forward unless we have at least a consensus on a deadline and a timeline.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Go ahead.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Gruber, I know your time is limited. Do you have any comments?
Well, I want to thank you for putting the schedule together. I think it's very important to emphasize the fact that we need to be open and transparent on this entire process. Councilmember Lawson brought up a good point as to whether or not the incumbent will participate in choosing the replacement. I think the reason, it's apparent that the charter gives 45 days to enable the council to pick a replacement, and I don't think the charter envisioned that the incumbent would participate. I think that we're being very generous here in the amount of time that's given. I think that we're accelerating the process to ensure that there will be a minimum time between when Councilmember Johnston leaves and the new council member is appointed. So I think we're both being conscious of the request to have this move forward sooner rather than later. But also it's critical that we be open and transparent. If there's a feeling that this is a done deal, if there's a feeling that the endorsed candidate that have already been, or the candidate that's already been endorsed by Councilmember Johnston is a shoo-in, I don't know whether or not that will be well received. So I think it's important for us to go through a very deliberative process, and this looks pretty good to me.
Further discussion.
Mayor, can we get a comparison? Oh, sorry.
No, please,
Councilmember
McConnell.
Thank you. Sorry, I jumped into that. Can we please get a comparison as to how this process has worked for other folks who have been appointed? And I just want to state for the record that I feel very weird about council having this power. I kind of feel like we should have special elections for this, but it would require a charter change. But can we get that information, please, that comparison? Because it seems to me, having been present for several of those, we've added extra steps. And I didn't hear anyone complaining about transparency or anything like that before, because we do have to go through a posting period and we do have to interview folks. So I'm just curious as to why we're changing the process now, and I'd like to get that comparison as well.
Further discussion. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. The more time that people have to apply, the better. I just want to make sure that we're clear, as Councilmember Gardner said, I think following the requirements of what's expected for someone running, like the establishment of the residency requirement, those basic ones, as well as having HR, not necessarily politicians, have that standard template. I just want to make sure that we're not delaying the application being out. I intentionally gave lots of notice. I was disappointed that we couldn't get it out last week. I'm okay that we're having this discussion. If we can get it out this week, I'm going to have concerns if we're pushing it out. So if we're staying by this and we have that time for people to know about the application, but that has to go out in the next couple of days, like the actual post the vacancy notice in the Sentinel website, May 6th. Like, is that when it'll be on the city council or City of Aurora website on Wednesday morning? Because then all of this isn't very helpful if we say, oh, we need to get all this out and we're pushing the actual notice for the application.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Those look like publication dates of the Sentinel. I think that we're talking about the paper copy as opposed to the web version of the Sentinel.
Yeah, I wasn't. Oh.
No, it's correct. Councilmember Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to see. So just so we're on the same page, post the vacancy notice. Is the vacancy notice the actual application? Or is it just saying there's going to be a vacancy notice? I just want to make sure we're completely clear.
The vacancy notice, Councilmember Johnston, and the application are going to be two separate documents, but I would like to have them out at the same time. That way we're posting and advertising for the position, and at that moment we can tell the public where to get the application on the website.
That seems very fair. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember McConnell.
were we going to be able to get that comparative information now, or is that going to come to us after we?
I'm sorry, what is that again? What is that again?
What the process was for previous appointment. I thought I saw that on someone's tab.
Can somebody comment on that? Is there a staff member that has a historical reference?
Mayor, I did go through some old files in the city clerk's office. One of the ones that I saw was 2011. So in December 15th, they did the application and resumes were due to the city clerk's office. December 20th is whenever council reviewed the applications and decided who they would like to interview. January 3rd was when they interviewed the candidates. January 10th is when they voted on the appointment, and January 24th is when they were sworn in. So it seems the past few times in 2018 and 2012, it's been the same process as this. The application deadline, discussion of applications, interviewing candidates, appointment vote, and then swearing in.
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think I like the public input part of it, and I don't know what, if that's just for them, once it's published in the Sentinel, they can give us input. I would like to have that input personally. And it's a little bit different during COVID because we're meeting virtually. So it's not like, the public is able to meet the candidates that are going to run for this vacancy. So, the virtual reception kind of makes sense as far as that opportunity. It's just I think looking at the past is very different than what the situation we're in today, doing everything virtually. It just really reduces, I think, options for meeting the candidates.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Hills. Councilmember Murillo.
Sorry, I said I was going to announce my name.
Please.
Yeah, I wanted to, just my priority in this process is to make sure that we are getting this out as soon as possible. Councilmember Johnson has already announced publicly, it's been published in the Sentinel that she intends to resign, giving us an ample amount of time to go through this process. I would say, I mean, barring I think there's one meeting on this schedule that seems a little, I mean, just seems a little unnecessary. So I don't see the big issue with publishing as soon as possible to have ample amount of time for folks to have to be aware of the application, to understand what's required of them, and to go through that process and push it up by a week so that there isn't a lapse in representation. That too, just thinking of, if I were in that situation, not wanting any lack of representation when it just seems unnecessary, right? Barring any other issues, it just feel like it wouldn't be the end of the world to try to accommodate that 1 week. But yeah, I'm glad that staff has put together, and HR specifically has put together some of these questions to help streamline some of these processes and remove, just make it just as objective and to the point as possible. So just wanted to state that I would prefer it to be moved up just by a week so that we don't have a lapse in representation, and that we should post it as soon as possible. But yeah, obviously, I'm one of the 6 votes needed for the process. So just wanted to state that for the record on my end.
Further discussion.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that there's a huge difference between a news story and an official publication from the city as far as the Sentinel is concerned. And again, at the same time the Sentinel published the news story, they also published an endorsement for a candidate. So it can't be, that's what we have to get away from. We have to have a presentation, or we have to have a process that's seen as open and transparent to all the people of Ward 2. In addition to that, I'd like to emphasize we have 4 at-large council members, as well as the mayor, that represent Ward 2. So it won't be a question that Ward 2 won't have anyone to talk to for an extended period. We're talking a week, 2 weeks max of a gap, but there's still ample representation and a large number of people that people in Ward 2 of elected officials of Ward 2 can reach out to.
Further discussion.
Mayor, I mean, again, that's your perspective, and I just would agree to disagree. I don't think that that's the same thing. Of course, everyone has the at-large members and the mayor to reach out to, but I just, living in a particular neighborhood, that just is different than an at-large representative. So yeah, my comments still remain, and I do still hold that as a concern, regardless of the ability to contact a mayor and 4 at-large members.
Further discussion.
Mayor
Berzins?
Mayor,
Berzins can go.
Councilmember Berzins and Mayor Patel.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Gruber, that's a very good point. Each ward has actually 6 people representing them. And with the actual ward member gone, there's still 5. But I would like to say, I mean, I get calls from Ward 1. So actually, we all represent each other. People call me from Ward 4. It's we help each other. It's a city thing, and that's why we have at large. That's why we have council requests. That's why we do help each other. It's not people. I'm sure, and I know some of my people call Councilmember Lawson. So it's not. I'm the only one that people call. People call everybody, and that's the way we want it. That's why we have at large representing the whole city. I see the mayor out on the sidewalks representing people all over the city. Honestly, I don't agree with that people will be not represented, because they will. They will have a whole 10 other people to call if they want. They will have 4 at large. They'll have the mayor. They can call me. It's fine. I'm here to serve, and to serve anybody, no matter what part of town you live in. And I hope we all have that same idea. So that's just my thoughts. I mean, I deal with people in Ward 1, Ward 4, 2. I mean, everybody. So I think we all do.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So, I mean, I understand wanting to have more of a process, and I'm okay with that. I guess my only thought is then we end up in a situation where we're more likely to have tie votes in that one meeting. So can we at least look at something like we'll only do consent and the appointment in that meeting so that we're not having other issues that end up not getting decided as a result of tie votes?
Let me defer. You mean tie vote on voting on the candidates themselves for the final vote?
No, on other items that might come on the agenda. So consent, we're not going to have tie votes on. We've already agreed to do those things. And then the appointment is going to fall however it falls. We're going to have to pick someone eventually. But other items, so other ordinances, resolutions, IGAs, that we leave those for when we have a full council.
Let me defer to the city attorney, but I think that any member can make a motion to lay over any issue until a date certain. Am I correct, city attorney?
And that's correct. But I want to be careful here. You may actually have some items coming up. So I think you want to look at your agendas to see, you may have something that really needs to be done in a hurry that you may want to vote on earlier. Not knowing what those agendas are going to be several months out, I would hate to commit to not having you vote on something that may be really urgent.
But I understand that.
But that's at the discretion of council.
Discretion of council, and again, any member can make that motion to lay something over. So procedurally, that's already set. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Just final point. I mean, I think the timeline looks reasonable. We have to remember that there is an election in November. And Ward 2 is part of that election. So we're not just filling a vacancy, we're filling a vacancy that is actually going to be voted on. And there is an advantage to being an incumbent. I mean, that's the truth, whether it's a small advantage or not. So I think it's really important that as council members, this is an important job to appoint someone for a vacancy, especially right before an election. And I think the point is to make sure that we are being open to the public, that we are allowing the time for them to know about the vacancy and for input to come to council so that we do make the right decision and that the public feels like that anybody that wanted to interview was given that opportunity. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Sorry.
Councilmember Coombs.
So just on the previous agenda discussion, don't the mayor, city manager, staff, et cetera, sit down and decide what's going to be on the agenda? So couldn't you guys decide to have only consent and this appointment on the meeting of the 28th when you do the agenda setting?
I suppose I think that would set us back in terms of the agenda, but I don't know, city manager, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, Mayor, and I think this would be one that we could maybe just play by ear rather than a blanket only consent agenda items. We'll know better earlier in June when we see what's on study session agendas and policy committee agendas. And when we went virtual, we did for a couple of meetings hold off on items that could be controversial, thinking we might be back in person soon, which we haven't been. But I'd suggest we just kind of play that one by ear.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Further discussion.
Mayor Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I think that's a terrible precedent to set. A lot of times we only have 10 people. Some people get sick. People have to go out of town. you know, people have to go to funerals. I think that's just beyond what we need to do. I mean, we're here to serve the citizens, the residents of Aurora, the best way we can. And if we can only have 8 people some sessions. So what are we going to do? 9, 10? I mean, I just don't think that this is a good way to do city business, is to count how many people are going to be there before we put something on the agenda. I don't like that at all.
Further discussion.
Mayor, just
Mayor
Gruber,
Hiltz.
if I could.
Councilmember Gruber.
So actually, this is you know, when we were talking earlier about transparency and openness, this is the concern that I think people have, is that what we're saying now is that you know, there was a person that has been endorsed by some of the members on council already, and you know, and if that person is not on council, they're afraid that that we're not, you know, they're actually trying to stop votes. I don't think that's appropriate at all. I think that the council is the council at the time of the meeting, and we go that way. Trying to make it sound like we have to wait until my favorite candidate is elected makes it sound like this is not a transparent process, and that's the concern that the people of Ward 2 should have. We want this to be a fully open and transparent process. We want all of Ward 2 to participate, and we want, you know, people that are sincerely interested in serving to sign up.
Further discussion.
Mayor,
Councilmember.
Mayor
can I
Hiltz.
respond to that? That was not at all the point. The point is that we know we won't have a full council. It's not that someone might be absent or I know who's going to win and I want it to be that person. It's that we know for sure that we will not have a full sitting council, and we could wait one meeting until we do to do
Mayor?
substantive business. That being said, if folks don't agree that we need a full sitting council to do substantive business, then folks don't agree, and that's fine.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just on that point, when I was first elected in 2015, I was diagnosed with cancer shortly thereafter. I went through 6 months of chemotherapy. When I was feeling well after chemotherapy or proceeding to chemotherapy, if the session fell before my chemo, I was able to be actually physically present at the meetings and vote. But if my chemo fell, if the meeting fell right after my chemo, I was not able to attend meetings. No one made any exceptions for me. I was not able to make those votes and make those meetings.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. One, I think Councilmember Bergen, that's makes a really good point, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, and I'm sorry that you know, the remote option wasn't something that was discussed then, because I think you should have been able to fully participate in those meetings because of why you were out. That obviously wasn't something that was optional or you on vacation type of a situation, and so I'm sorry that you weren't able to participate then, because I know how difficult that is for happy reasons. So I can only imagine, you know, how that was for you. So I am sorry for that. My only question still comes back to this extra meeting and the mayor's intent on scheduling this update for the vacancy prior to the virtual reception, because I just feel like if we're doing a virtual reception, then the intent of that is probably to gather that feedback from residents who are asking questions. So why wouldn't we have that before the vacancy and move that up to, you know, that first week of June, so that we have that feedback for the meeting, or we have the opportunity to join in and watch it.
So where would you move that? I'm sorry, where would you move that?
I guess just, I mean, right now it's scheduled for the 16th or 17th, but just move that up to
the virtual receptions?
Yeah, during that same week that the publishing candidates are out on the website, you know, between then and June 7th. Because then we as council members have the opportunity to tune into that virtual reception and see those questions and answers. And then we don't need that update meeting. I just don't understand what update we're supposed to be getting. So that's what I'm hoping you can shine some light on.
Okay. Well, I think that there's a lot of issues that we may have to resolve by then in terms of how we want to proceed. It gives us the opportunity to take a second look at the process in terms of where we are. Further discussion?
Okay, can I ask a follow-up to that, please?
Sure.
So if the intent of that meeting is to see if we're changing the process, then how do we make sure that those who are applying and the residents, we're talking about all this transparency, why would we have a conversation where we might change the process in the middle of June? I guess I don't understand why there's this filler meeting and why that's there.
Okay.
Because certainly we don't want to change the process on people after they've applied and after we've done the Sentinel publication, et cetera, et cetera.
We'll certainly be discussing how we're going to conduct a virtual reception, fairness in terms of rules about how to conduct the questions from coming in from residents. I think that's fairly new, so it gives us the opportunity to plan. Further discussion?
But if we move the virtual reception up, then none of that's relevant and could be done in a previous study session. I guess I just don't understand why we're extending it out when we could just add that discussion to a prior study session. So I
understand. Further discussion?
Concerned.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Yeah, so one of the things that was brought up earlier by Councilmember Lawson, and I agree with, is the participation of the incumbent. I think at some point in time, we're going to have to decide, since we're picking a replacement, and normally the replacement is picked in that 45 days following the departure of the incumbent. So I think what's really, really unique in this case, from what I understand, is to have, even discuss having the incumbent participate in all of these different events. The incumbent has already announced resignation, so I could see I could make an argument where the incumbent should not be working on the replacement. Otherwise, we could wait until the incumbent actually leaves and then start the process when the incumbent actually leaves. So that's what I'm struggling with right now.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Barzins.
I'd like to say that's what's been done in the past. We waited until there was a vacancy and then we started this process. And I've never seen this, that we started while the council member is still here. It's always been started after they left, after the person left. We've had a male and a female leave, and we didn't start until the vacancy, but we had to get it done within the 45 days. And that was always a challenge because we were crunched on time. And that's where this is being so proactive to start it so soon. And that's why I'm saying we can wait. We don't have to start this early.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I cleared with the city attorney. I know in some instances it might have been 2 weeks. Other instances there was a death. It is appropriate for me to give notice to ensure that Ward 2 has representation. This is greater than 45 days. I will not be interviewing the candidate. I will not be voting on the candidate. So I don't think it should be a negative that I'm giving my colleagues and the community a chance to find my replacement and ensure that there's Ward 2 representation without a large gap. So yes, we have at large. No, we don't have any at large who live in Ward 2. And I would hope that there'd be a courtesy, because I'm giving that notice, that we're able to fill that, to ensure that we have Ward 2 representation. So I'm absolutely opposed, and I would hope my colleagues would be waiting till I leave and having that 45-day absence without Ward 2 having a direct representative.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to the schedule?
Yes.
Further objection?
Yes.
Okay. Further objection?
Yes.
Further objection?
Yes, Murillo.
Further objection? Seeing no further objection, the schedule will, yes, yes.
Yeah, I just want to talk about just one more thing in terms of the objections. I'm from city attorney, is it also in that purview besides not voting on interviews and replacements that I don't do a vote or objection on the schedule? I just
Okay,
want to get that clear.
understood. Further objection? Seeing none, then the schedule will move forward.
Mayor Dave Gruber,
Councilmember Gruber.
with the support of council, I'd like to rejoin my family. The funeral is tomorrow morning.
Very well, I understand, and my condolences.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Mayor Pro Tem, we already did the consent calendar, correct?
Yes, we did, Mayor.
Mayor,
So we would be on 3A, Mayor.
Okay, item number 3A, Battalion Chief Matt Chapman.
Mayor, I'm sorry, this is Katie. Before we move on, I just want to make sure that council is okay with the questions that will be on the application that we're going to be posting.
Is there an object of, and you had those are in the packet that you sent out?
They're in the PowerPoint I have right here.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Mayor, we'll send those out. There were 9 questions, and there were the profile questions. So if there aren't any objections to those 9 questions that are in those 2 PowerPoint slides, we'll send those out right now to you. And the general profile questions, we'll include that in the application.
Is there objection?
I don't have an objection. I just have a question. I just want a clarification that anything that's asked in the candidate packet, you know, when you run for election, you have to answer a questionnaire. I want all that on this application.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Make myself clear. Maybe not clear as mud. Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
in the candidate packet, it asks us certain questions. So I just want to make sure that those questions are transferred over to this application so that we have apples to apples.
Okay, so I see, let's see, we've got just a general information. I see there are 5 questions on the sample questions on the application, and then another 4 sample questions. So that's what you're referring to. Am I correct, Roberto?
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to those questions? Okay. Seeing none, staff can move forward with those questions. Item number 3A, Comprehensive Energy Management Plan, Battalion Chief Matt Chapman.
Yep, good evening. We do have one item tonight, and there's a short presentation on that. If I have the ability to share my screen. And we are bringing the updated, really emergency operations plan, but a new format and a new update to the comprehensive emergency management plan. And we'll walk through it quickly. I'll attempt to bring it up here. Is everybody able to see the screen, the PowerPoint?
Yes, it's in that.
Could you full screen?
Other format where we see
Matt,
everything.
you're in presentation format.
There you go.
How's that? Okay, quickly, like I said, this is our update to the emergency management plan. It's formerly the emergency operations plan. So we have just redone this to provide a little more detail and put it in a different format, some of it conceptual in nature, but it is meant to be more comprehensive and more complementary of our other plans. So really for our discussion, the purpose of the plan overall is a flexible framework for all hazards, large scale emergencies and disasters, intended to give just a baseline of roles and responsibilities across the city. Again, it's not to provide every single detail on how we'll respond to every single emergency, large scale, but to give us, like I said, a baseline on how we will operate and how we will structure across the city and set up for an emergency or disaster. And finally, compliance with local, state, and federal requirements and laws and authorities, and also funding tied to it that we're required to have this plan in place. Starting local, one of the requirements is our own in the code under civil emergencies, and this is just some language pulled directly from our code that talks about where we are required to have a comprehensive disaster plan. That's been our emergency operations plan. That content is in here, like we said. So this just goes over the requirements, recommendation of the city manager. This comes out of emergency management, that we're responsible for putting this together. Again, for some of our federal requirements, we're required to update it and bring it to council for adoption every 3 years. And we covered this. It's got all the information, I believe, when COVID started. Last year, we sent the actual EOP that we're under right now, the Emergency Operations Plan, to all of council. This will contain that information as well as additional detail. This just has a list of the required items that have to be in our base plan. This concept is it's a practice. Some see as a best practice within emergency management. Doesn't take away from any jurisdiction that just sticks with an emergency operations plan. This is just a way for us to approach a consistent planning process across the city and all of our existing plans within emergency management. This is what we've broken it out into. So we referenced the emergency operations plan. We have 4 parts to the comprehensive emergency management plan. The base plan and roles and responsibilities are what you received in your backup. That is, those 2 parts are the required adoption by council. And those 2 take the place of our emergency operations plan. So that is essentially all that information goes into those first 2 parts. That's what we covered here. The items that have to come to council for approval. Part 3, and this is just really for information. Doesn't require approval, but this is our associated plans. So the recovery plan that we leaned on a little bit coming out of COVID, resource mobilization, all these continuity of operations plans we've talked about over the last year. These associated plans, they're all tied together with our emergency operations plan and the SIMP overall. So again, we just wanted to show how the planning is done together and they're all complementary of each other and not contradictory to each other. And this is what we're trying to do across the city as well. So we know departments are going to need their own individual operational plans, but we also want them to be planning with us, again, a unity of effort where we're not contradicting each other within different plans across departments. And part 4 is, if you reference our existing emergency operations plan, that's what's known as the annexes. Those are being transitioned to incident specific plans that provide just a little bit more detail, a little bit more of a baseline of roles and responsibilities for some of these. And that's winter storm is one of them that we do have rewritten. And these annexes will be replaced and rewritten as we go here over the next year to 2 years, where we'll address all of the annexes and turn them into these more detailed plans. There's just some examples here: mass casualty, mass fatality, tornado, aircraft accident, and several other annexes that we do have. Again, a short presentation just for some context. And any questions over any of that? I know I covered it pretty quick.
Questions? Comments? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thanks.
Item number 3B. Lana Dalton.
Thank you, Mayor. So on March 18th, the Metro Denver Homelessness Initiative hosted a convening for the mayors, city council members, and county commissioners, and other elected officials across the 7-county Metro Denver region to discuss regional coordination of homelessness. With that, MDHI asked each community that took part in the regional convening to sign a pledge, which states that the community is willing to participate in the regional vision. So with that, we went through horns, and it was decided to have a presentation from MDHI's Dr. Jamie Reif, the Director of Communications and Development. And so I'm going to turn the time over to Jamie.
Thank you, Lana. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative and the regional coordination happening. So a little bit about the Metro Denver Homeless Initiative, just for those of you that aren't familiar with us. Our mission is leading and advancing collaboration to end homelessness in our region. You can see that we are the Metro Denver Continuum of Care, which means that we coordinate services and housing for people experiencing homelessness. And then you can see there kind of what our region includes. Obviously, Aurora is part of that, as well as some of the things that you might be familiar with that we do, including the point in time, overseeing the homeless management information system, which kind of tracks services and supports related to homelessness across the region and throughout our state. We oversee the One Home Coordinated Entry System, which helps prioritize and match people to housing, participate in the HUD funding allocation process, as well as do a lot of data and reporting, specifically like things such as the State of Homelessness Report. So a little bit of context for regional coordination and why now it's become such a kind of a critical component. I want to say that this isn't something that just happened recently. This is really coordination that's been years in the making, related to quite a few factors. Part of that is the implementation of the homeless management information system. So as I said earlier, that's the way that we track people's progress and their journeys from homelessness into stability throughout the region. Colorado is one of the few states in the country that has one homeless management information system throughout the entire state. We're very proud of that. That is up now and functioning very well after about a 3-year implementation process. And we're getting to the point where we have good real-time data. We have a coordinated entry system that's starting to really help prioritize and match people to housing, as well as a lot of exciting local planning and progress that we're seeing in communities just like yours in Aurora. We've also seen a lot of public and elected will to coordinate regionally. A lot of that has to do with COVID and some of the inherent discrepancies and challenges of people that are unhoused dealing with a public health crisis. And the other thing is we have a unique kind of opportunity right here in history. We're going to be seeing a lot of federal funds flowing into the region, into our state. And how do we use those to really make an impact on homelessness long term? So as Lana said, on the 18th of March, we had about a 3.5-hour convening, including the mayors, county commissioners, city council members, city managers, as well as HUD, the USICH partners, and elected officials, even from Congress. And it was really about coordination of local planning at a regional level with MDHI, the Continuum of Care, using what's something called the Built for Zero framework from a nonprofit partner called Community Solutions. So Built for Zero is kind of the framework and the methodology from the nonprofit Community Solutions that is being used nationally. So what is Built for Zero and how would it work in regional coordination? So Built for Zero is a movement of more than 80 communities proving that it is possible to measurably end homelessness one population at a time. And I'll talk a little bit more in depth about this, but this is really about using data to drive decisions and using our resources efficiently, identifying gaps and filling those gaps at a local level as well as a regional level. And it is working in other communities. About 14 communities have gotten to a place where they've ended veteran homelessness or they have ended chronic homelessness in their communities. So how does it work? So as I said, they really use data to change their homeless response systems and the impact they can achieve. Local leaders like yourselves work together around a commitment to measurably end homelessness. And when we say end homelessness, that doesn't mean that no one will ever experience homelessness. What we're saying is that we want to make it rare and brief in our communities. And this really is fueled by collaboration and real-time person-specific data. And so what cities have done is gotten to a point where they know everyone who's experiencing homelessness and they can match them with the appropriate housing resources. And so they're getting to this point called Function of Zero, which is a milestone that proves that communities have data-driven coordinated systems, and essentially that the number of people flowing into homelessness is less than the number of people that a community is able to house in a month. And that's really how we define functional zero or ending homelessness. And I won't show it today, but Community Solutions, I've linked it there, as well as at the end of the PowerPoint, has a really great 4-minute video describing Built for Zero and does a good job of kind of outlining this methodology, if you will. So in the Metro Denver region, we're going to be starting with veterans on this work. And really what we're doing is using veterans as a proof point to show how we can make reductions in one population That's not to say that we're not working on other populations. We're just focusing the energy of Built for Zero around making sure that we're kind of addressing the needs of veterans. And the reason we do that is because veterans goes across, and this is where Built for Zero starts in many communities. It goes across families. There are families that are, head of households are veterans. There are youth. There are individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness that are veterans. And so what that allows us to do is get a snapshot of all the different subpopulations and figure out what our gaps are. Also, currently, we've made a lot of progress in the Metro Denver region. We know all of our veterans by name across the region, as well as we have a lot of support at the federal level for the housing of veterans. So we have the SSVF program, which is the supportive services for veterans and families. We have others that have contracted for transitional housing. We also are going to see a huge uptick in the number of VASH vouchers, which are really that permanent supportive housing vouchers with the influx of additional federal resources. So kind of how this will look is that the structure you'll see there are 9 subregions, of which Aurora is one. And each of these subregions will be setting up similarly to what we do with transportation in the region, homeless coordination teams, technical advisory committees, and subregional forums. So the homeless coordination team is really going to be focused on the work that like Lana does in Aurora. She will be the community lead and kind of helping drive what's happening on the provider side of things with a kind of a small group of providers that are focused on veteran homelessness. We're in the process of standing up sub-regional forums, which will be comprised of elected officials, again, similarly to what we do for transportation in the region, and they will help appoint members to the technical advisory committee, which will be mostly comprised of people like city managers, county managers, and other appointees. As Lana shared earlier, really what the region has done in many places, and there's a list on the next slide, is sign a pledge to coordinate locally on this Built for Zero framework. There's nothing related to any sort of fiscal responsibility or anything like that. It's really about coming to the table and helping us stand up that diagram that I just showed you and really kind of coordinating and using Built for Zero as a methodology that helps you get to quality data so that each community, including Aurora, can make data-driven decisions at the local and for the regional level. So here's kind of the pledge. I won't read it to you, but it's really, again, about saying that we should address this together because it is a regional issue. We want to coordinate with MDHI on the Built for Zero, and then helping pave the way for this work at a local level. And here are kind of the communities where officials have signed on to the pledge currently. And I want to stop there and make sure that we have plenty of time for questions.
I have a question. Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I think it is important to have regional, discussions on this issue of homelessness. I was looking at the website, and one of the things that I know it's data driven, where you're able to know the populations, the numbers, and I think actually City of Aurora does a really good job. I know that Bob Dorsheimer has given me a lot of information on, knowing who our homeless are, and obviously we have the subgroups as well. But when I was reading on the website, one of the things that concerned me is that it said something about not focusing on outcomes, but on knowing how many homeless we have, but not measuring outcomes. Can you address that?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, it was in writing. If I could find it, I have to look up your website. It said we something about we focus on data of knowing the number of homeless. We are not focused on basically result oriented. We're not focused on outcomes. Outcomes of success was, I think, the actual words.
I'll have to look into that, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure what exactly is being quoted.
Well, and so Sorry. So my concern about that is, I think, we've done a really good job in Aurora. We have a lot of resources and we continue to build on those resources. But I think other council members are really concerned about measurable goals and outcomes and success measures, because there's no point in having, resources if we're not going to actually solve issues and have outcomes to measure. So, if we don't know that we helped, 20 people find a job, or we don't know that we got 20 people to get housed, I think that's a problem. And Denver has spent, $500 million a year on homelessness, and yet here we are, we still have a huge problem. So that was my concern. I think the overall, goal is a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would love to read exactly what you're referring to. I think the exact opposite is actually true. Like, this is very much focused on outcomes to the point where it's outcome by person. So it's not like we have this many people experiencing homelessness and we know we did this. We know exactly who on that veteran by name list we housed, where we housed them, their long-term goals, what the gaps were. Like, this is 100% data and output driven. To the personal individual level, to know exactly who we're housing. And the goal overall regionally is to reduce veteran homelessness by 50% by the end of the year, which is an absolutely possible goal. And that is 100% output driven, where we have our benchmarks along the way to get us from where we are to those outcomes.
Okay, well, that's good to know. I appreciate that very much. And so you will be able to, for our veterans, you would be able to know exactly where they were housed and how they're basically, we could get a report, right, on our veterans.
Let me just say, Mayor Pro Tem, that I'll be introducing a proposal very shortly that I worked with our Veterans Commission, Adams County's Veterans Commission, and the Adams County Commissioners on building a program that they had essentially for civilians, but making it, extending it to veterans, but being able to tap into all the federal resources that are available that were mentioned in the presentation. And it will be very outcome focused. And so we're just working through the city attorney's office on the IGAs. And as soon as it's done, we'll bring that before council.
Okay, great. Well, I'm all for helping our veterans. So thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Mayor, yeah, so I think what you were talking about, Mayor Pro Tem, it's in the community level measurement section on the website, and it says that it's driven by the number of people experiencing homelessness, not by program outcomes. The best program is one that gets you closer to zero. So that's just that specific programs, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Reif, is that it's not about the specific program, it's about the overall not having people be homeless. So
yeah, I think what happens right now is we have fragmented programs. Thank you for that, Councilmember Coombs, by the way. We have fragmented outcomes at different agencies, but we don't have a kind of a 30,000-foot view of how those all play in together to make sure that we as a city or as a region or as a county are actually driving reductions. So it's about not just one agency, but about us being together kind of in this and looking at the outcomes of our communities overall.
Okay. Further discussion, questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I have a question on, I guess, the last page of the presentation, the pledge, and there were 3 bullet points, and specifically the third item that talks about, I commit to help paving the way for this work to continue at the local level, et cetera, or helping remove barriers to the work. And can you just talk a little bit more about what that means? Because as a policymaker, what I read there is I'm going to turn over my policymaking power to another group that's outside of my scope on council, and I have to follow along with it, or else this is going to get waved in my face at a later date.
Yeah, not at all. This is really about, and Lana, feel free to jump in, but one of the big things is in order to get to the first point, that's really about getting to quality data. And so like one of the barriers, if you keep reading, in that talks about specifically HMIS use, which is really, kind of like what our school district use for student information. what we use for healthcare records, but it's how we get a snapshot of data across the region. So in other parts of the region, it might be, encouraging nonprofits in your community who aren't using it currently to be using HMIS. But by no means, in fact, really all we want to do is come in and help give you the information so that you can make better policy decisions as a community, but not drive policy decisions. Because I think the one thing that we recognize that every community, this is a large region, every community is different.
Okay. Are there further questions, comments?
Mayor
I'm sorry.
Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Jamie, spot on. I just hope we're all really listening to what you're saying. As we go forward, Mayor, I really appreciate you working with the different veterans commissions and our commissioners, but I hope the point is also taken that this isn't just subject matter expertise of veterans issues, but that what Jamie is talking about is that collective impact, like we've talked about with some of the violence issues, that we have to look at evidence-based policy and work across the board on these different issues. So thank you for the presentation, all the information. I'm really looking forward to the implementation.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Questions? Sorry. Could you identify? I can't see everybody. Councilmember Marcano, you're not up. Your visual is not up. Okay, now you're.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Reif, I want to thank you for presenting before us. I'm really excited about this. Several of us have been clamoring for regional collaboration on this issue, since it is something that does not recognize, city boundaries or county boundaries. So I'm really excited to be a part of this. I'm hopeful that we'll have support for it. And I'm looking forward to hopefully finally getting everyone in the Metro to put together their resources and, backing data-driven policy to actually get folks housed. So thank you again.
Further questions, discussion?
Berzins.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. I'm listening, Councilmember Johnston. I was listening at our housing meeting also, and I think this is a great program. You said it will not cost us any money, I believe in collaborative work and regional work, but I have an issue with pledging. To me, that's like a marriage license, and I am not ready to marry Aurora to another group. I would approve of this, but not pledge. I will not pledge Aurora. I take that very seriously. And so I will not be supporting this, but Mayor, I do look forward to your IGA coming up. It sounds like something that I could get behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Questions? Okay.
Question. Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So it's a resolution, right? But is there any way to change the word pledge?
That is what MDHI has listed it as, and so that's how it is read in the resolution. I would defer to Jamie if there was any ability to change that language.
Is there a substitute that would be suggested for that?
Support?
I would be happy with support if you wanted to support the work.
I don't know if other council members are okay with that or not.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to the pledge?
I object.
Okay. Further objection?
Mayor.
Mayor.
There was a suggestion.
Okay. Please, is it
support?
Support? Okay. Is there objection to?
Question.
Councilmember Rosas.
Are you gonna go back to all the other cities and change theirs?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it too. So honestly, I think this is a moot point. The word is pledge, and they came to Horns And they came to the housing committee and they came here asking for a pledge. And I take pledging seriously.
Okay.
And so I can't support it. That's
Okay, is there further objection to changing pledge to support?
I object. Mayor, may I speak for a second, just since I chair horns?
Councilmember Johnston.
Just because we just talked about being regional, and it's something that all of our partners are saying that, but we have to change some semantics. That takes away us being regional and having some consistency. So I'd like to keep the word pledge, as all of the other cities have done.
I see this as aspirational. I mean, it is a goal. It is non-binding from a legal standpoint, but it is aspirational. The first goal is veterans, and then it is to build on that with other populations. And so it is a goal that's aspirational. Is there a further objection to substituting Mayor Pro Tem's that's because it's not a motion, but
Mayor, I'm just going to withdraw mine.
okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, is there objection to a further objection to pledge to the resolution? Seeing none, then we'll go forward with the resolution. Thank you. Item number 3C, spring supplemental 2021. Kirsten Claspel.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Before I start talking about the spring supplemental, I would like to share with you something that is not included in this supplemental. That's the decisions that you all made during the spring workshop. We want to make sure that we heard everything right, so that we can take the appropriate steps to add the projects to the budget as approved by Council. Would you please share the slide?
Katie, can you allow me to share? This is Greg Hayes.
Yes, 1 second.
Great, thank you.
It's Greg Hayes without a beard. What happened?
Greg Hayes without a beard. That's right.
Oh God, we went to other Greg Hayes back, I think.
Well, I'll go out and make that happen, sir.
Okay, please proceed.
All right. This is the one I want. Uh-oh, frozen up again. Am I back? Can people hear me?
Yeah, I think it froze up a little bit.
I can hear you, but we don't hear. Sure did. Mm-hmm. Kirsten, you may have to share. Let's see if it'll. My computer's doing fun things here. Oh, I have no network.
Happened to me earlier.
Sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Katie, can you give Kirsten access and I'll help her?
I can. 1 second.
Great.
Mayor, while we're getting that up and running, I do have one procedural issue on this.
Please.
There are actually two ordinances in your packet. The difference between them are actually two sentences under section 1A. And this is in regard to the supplemental piece, which we're going to discuss in just a minute, but it's to the public defender's office. There isn't a fiscal note on the public defender's piece impacting the city attorney's office. There is actually an equal pay for equal work issue of over $88,000. That being said, the chair of management and finance, Councilmember Gardner, has pointed out this is probably an inappropriate editorial comment in the ordinance. So we're not going to use that ordinance. wanted to let you know there is going to be a significant impact, financial impact, that will be addressed in the 2022 city attorney budget, but we will remove that ordinance from the packet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, Kirsten, are you ready to proceed? Greg? We're not up yet? Okay. You know, I'd like to do this right now. I would like to, since we're having technical troubles on 3C, I want to, without objection, I would like to go to 3D and come back to 3C after 3D. Is there objection? 3D, Brooke Bell. Aurora Commission for Seniors name change request.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joe Sack. I'll be reporting tonight. I'm the Recreation Services Manager. I'm here tonight to request on behalf of the Aurora Commission for Seniors and Chair Jeannie Davis to change the name of the commission to the Aurora Commission for Older Adults in an effort to combat ageism. To come to this decision, the commission had done a lot of research, and here's what they've discovered. Words matter. The words we use to describe and label older members of society reflect our vision of their capabilities and as well as their contributions. The descriptors which we identify ourselves says a lot about all of us. The neutral sounding term seniors is on the decline globally. I'm sorry, I didn't turn on my video. Excuse me. And then also a recent report from CNN indicated that 51% of older adults surveyed said they were not comfortable with that term. By renaming the commission is the beginning of recognizing that the words we use matter, how older adults are perceived as it relates to our willingness and our desire to change the narrative. The commission and staff request that City Council supports the name change to expand the awareness and understanding of aging by approving the ordinance at the next City Council meeting. I can answer any questions.
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Council Member Johnston.
I don't have any questions, but yay, Chair Davis. I know she's been working on this for so long and we've had conversations about it and I am just thrilled. Councilmember Coombs, I know that you're part of boards and commissions and we've had these discussions, but I'm just thrilled. Words do matter and Chair Davis has been working a long time to see this happen. So I don't know if we can appoint a privilege, just give her any words. I know she's on, but I do want to recognize those efforts because she's really great and I'm happy to see this happening.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
I just wanted to acknowledge that request from Councilmember Johnston that we hear from Chair Davis. She gave a really wonderful and impassioned presentation at our committee, and I did ask her to come to study session and to actually speak.
Okay, Chair Davis, would you like to say a few words?
I'm not sure that, Mayor, I'm not sure that Jeannie was able to join us tonight.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank Chair Davis for her hard work and something that I think is very important. I think titles and names of organizations matter, and I think changing the name is highly appropriate. Is there any objection to the name change? Seeing none, that will be the direction. Thank you very much. Are we back on 3C yet?
I think we are, sir.
Okay.
I think my technical issues are done. It probably had to do with me shaving, so.
I think it had everything to do with it.
Right, so yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to share. Let's try this one more time. All right.
Yeah.
Does everybody see my spring workshop double check? And do I need to change my display setting?
Yes.
Yeah, swap your display, Greg.
Swap the display. You got it. All right. And there you go. And then I will give this over to Kirsten.
Great. So this is what we heard at the spring workshop. The first item is $600,000 one time for Chase Drain funding. This was a 2021 budget request that was not funded because of pandemic related budget reductions. This item was discussed at the workshop before council started approving or earmarking requests. So our question for you tonight is how would you like to handle this? Would you like to vote on it, earmark the funds? What would you like to do with item number one?
Discussion?
Mayor?
Well, let's say, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mario, who is this?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Your photo's not up, and so I have a hard time.
I'm right here. Oh, you can't see me. It moves sometimes.
There we go.
I obviously am in, would like to have number one approved, as it was already addressed, was not able to be in the last budget due to COVID.
I tell you what, let me do it this way. Is there any objection to any of the items 1 through 7? Since we had a discussion, we certainly discussed these during the workshop, spring workshop. Is there objection?
I have a question.
Councilmember Gardner.
Do we have someone here from Public Works that can speak a little bit more to number one? And I don't, to clarify, I don't deny, I guess, that it's an issue. My concern is the spending $600,000 for 100 households.
Okay, very good point.
And so, I'll just share, I spoke to a homeowner in Inspiration neighborhood that did the work, the repairs themselves for less than $500. And so I'm just curious a little bit, kind of how we got to what's basically $6,000 per household.
Staff?
Yep, sure. Mayor and City Council, Cindy Collett here, Public Works Director. That a few years ago, we were getting a lot of complaints in Ward 6 about the drainage issues. Many of those homeowners were going out on their own to a contractor to come in and install the drains for them. And it was approaching between $8,000 and $10,000 at the time because they were a limited number. It was one location at a time. So the contractors were doing the work and leaving. So it was very cost prohibitive. We did a pilot program late 2020, sure that the chase drains were actually effective at helping to minimize some of the issues the homeowner. We have found as long as they're properly maintained by the homeowners, they are effective. And so the current list of requests is about 150 homes, which would be for that $600,000.
Okay, so I guess my question is, could we design it differently? One idea or one thought I had several years ago, this is probably 10 plus years ago, the city had a bucket of money to pay towards homeowners installing radon mitigation. And essentially how it worked was the city would reimburse the cost to the homeowner up to a certain dollar amount. And so, of course, the homeowner had incentive to have the work done for as cheap as possible. And so, I'm curious, could we design the program like that? Because we might find that there's a lot of homeowners that could live with it. Otherwise, I'm concerned that we're setting the precedent of essentially a bottomless pit of homeowners across Aurora who are going to say, well, I want my drain installed because I have drainage issues as well. And I'm not sure the line where it becomes the city's responsibility, I guess. That's my concern.
Further discussion. Cindy, can you? respond?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry. So we can certainly work with Greg and others to look at that as a potential option. The challenge right now might be we get a better rate when there's more. Working through those is challenging. I would also note that for all new civil plan approved forward, we are actually asking
You're freezing up,
the
Cindy.
developers to put them in and that's part of the
Cindy,
Can you turn off your video?
approval process.
Okay, Cindy, please, could you go over that again? I'm sorry, you were coming in broken.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
Mayor?
Folk is less expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I still breaking up?
No, you're better now. Thank you. Further
Sure.
questions on number one? Discussion.
Mayor?
Yeah, Mayor.
Let's see, Councilmember Johnson.
I have concerns with this. I'm sympathetic to the issues, but you know, I've said with other programs that in these times when we have to be more lean of really focusing on our core responsibilities. I had someone in Cross Creek who had drainage issues and you know, going to what Councilmember Gardner said, you know, then are we going to open that up to all wards with a similar issue? You know, for 100 people, $600,000 during this time when I mean, I know we're a little better than we projected. I'm feeling uncomfortable on that amount and the impact. Again, I'm sympathetic to those issues, but it's giving me heartburn with that cost and that amount of people given the budget.
Cindy, is there any liability on behalf of the city in terms of that we were engaged in the approval process? And for the drainage?
It is normal to expect some drainage across walks. It's a function also of living in Colorado. I don't believe that we're in any situation with that. The designers that actually did the design used their professional engineer stamps on the plans, and they are the ones that would have more of the liability.
Further discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilmember Gardner.
I just want to say that I understand the concerns that we don't want to set a precedent. I agree. This is different topography in the southeast with the hills and the drainage going differently and the different lots being not just one next to each other, but you know, just different configuration. But I want to say this has been this started, God, 2, maybe 3 years ago. I can't even keep track anymore. This started with some complaints. I got so many complaints that I called a public meeting and I had Public Works, Water, you know, all of our engineers there, and we had people show up at this meeting. At that time, we explained some of the things that they might be able to do to resolve it. We had a whole presentation. People were so upset and talked about the fact that, you know, they felt that it was our code was wrong and that the developers were probably at fault, but then the city was saying we couldn't hold the developers responsible because it was beyond warranty or whatever. We did change, as a result, we did change part of the code. So our code no longer requires tree lawns, which was causing part of the problem. So as new developments happening, developers don't have to put in the tree lawns. Once that meeting was concluded, that led to the actual inspections of our Public Works people going out to the homes, inspecting them, and that created a whole list of these people that are city staff personnel said, yes, there's an issue. Yes, we think a chase drain is going to solve your problem. And we're going to do a pilot program. And then we ended up doing this pilot program for, I don't know, a dozen homes. Those homes got the chase drains put in at the city cost. And then it was found to be very effective. There are 2 letters that went out to homeowners plus a multitude of emails. And so my own, I don't care if we don't want to do this for those residents, but it looked to me, it's not in good faith because and maybe we should probably not be doing it going forward, but in good faith, we told those people that we would try to come up with a solution. They were getting quoted $8,000 to $10,000 per chase drain by contractors, and they couldn't even get them lined up because they didn't want to do one house at a time. So the city said, well, we can get a bulk rate, and then, you know, we would have a contract. It would be easier to do all those homes that way than each homeowner trying to do it. So there are 2 letters that went out that give the impression that we were going to do this, but we couldn't do it because we didn't have the funds because of COVID. So we didn't have it in last year's budget. That's all.
Further discussion. Councilmember Gardner.
So 2 things. One, and it's kind of a follow-up to both what the mayor said and what Mayor Pro Tem Bergen said. Do we, from this, so there's a letter that went to these 100 or 150 homeowners, whatever the number is. Did we make a commitment to these homeowners that we would repair this? Because if we did, it's kind of a different, I mean, that's essentially liability. If we've made a commitment in writing to these homeowners that we would repair this, then I think we have to do that. So that's kind of a different conversation.
So this is Cindy again, and I'll review the letter again. I apologize I didn't, but it was we will try to find funding to make these improvements or repairs. That's how I remember. I can look for that.
Okay, so I mean, essentially, that's how a homeowner's probably going to interpret it, that you're going to make this repair for me. So then I guess I'm going to go back to what I said at the beginning. I mean, what about doing it as some type of grant reimbursement program? I mean, we can set aside the money, but then those homeowners, they get the repairs done at their cost up to a certain point, and then we reimburse them the cost. I would lay you odds they're going to be able to get it done for less than $6,000 a home. Just an idea.
Did you want staff response to that? Mayor Pro Tem and if staff would like to respond.
Quick response. I mean, a grant program sounds fine. And maybe Cindy could talk about this, but the problem was they were getting quoted outrageous amounts and they could not even they were like, oh, we can do it next year. They couldn't get on schedule because these contractors did not want to do homeowner residential chase drains. And so the city thought it would be better to do it as a, bulk rate, basically.
Okay. Councilmember Coombs.
So if I'm not mistaken, all of these folks are within a metro district. So could this be something where the metro district does that coordinating and then we do the reimbursement through a grant rather than us having staff do all the coordinating and contracting? And that way it solves that bulk rate and like collective project issue. Just an idea.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea, but I don't think a metro district is going to want to take it on. We can try.
Okay, further discussion. I'm sorry.
Johnston.
Councilmember Johnson.
I have spent hours with constituents that have issues of, I mean, Cindy Collett brought this up, topography and north side sidewalks and things like that were signed off by developers' teams, and then they want to come to the city, and the city's like, no. And I'm having some problems. I don't know if I definitely believe that if this was like in every ward that this would happen. And $600,000, I don't think with all the time that I have spent, and I've had to say, sorry folks, I do that all the time. But you just don't live on the right side of town for this being organized to happen. And I don't think it's fair for the 100 people for the $600,000 price tag for us to be doing this.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
And I understand what you're saying. I get all that. It's just that this was all set in motion with the meetings, the emails. I mean, there were meetings at the city building with some of the people that were kind of organizing this, as well as the letters. Yeah, I don't know if we don't. I just think it's really in bad faith, and I don't know what to say to these residents that think they're getting a chase train. So,
Mayor,
Okay. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So just for comparison's sake, the city and county of Broomfield has a page on their website for residents that have a similar issue. And on their website, it says recent prices range from $500 to $1,000 for a 4-inch sidewalk chase drain and $1,000 to $1,500 for the standard 12-inch sidewalk chase drain. So that's nowhere near in the ballpark of the $6,000 that we're talking about. Now, I'm assuming some of the costs that the contractor quoted have to do with the fact that we would require permitting, and I don't know if there's sketches, and I don't know what all's involved in our permitting process, but perhaps if we're acknowledging that we missed the boat on maybe allowing this design to happen, maybe we waive that permitting process or come up with something and be a little bit more flexible, because I've worked with plenty of contractors in my time, and the cost of permitting is typically built into it. So I would guess, based on just what I'm reading here, a large portion of the cost is permitting.
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and that might be the case, Councilmember Gardner, about the permitting. I don't know how much that impacts it. I just know that residents were getting, and maybe, they look at the zip code and they charge 3 times as much. I don't know. There was an issue with some residents were trying to put in their own chase drain, and that was not approved by code, I believe. And I just want to say, it sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. We spend, millions of dollars on homeless programs, on all kinds of other programs, and it's expensive, but it's not outrageous in comparison to a lot of things that we spend money on.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the commitment. I read the letters. I don't feel like it was like a commitment was made, and COVID changes things. Before COVID, I had, and actually Councilmember Bergen and I worked together, and she supported it. We had the study the city was going to do on the public defenders caseload, the city attorney's caseload, their municipal courts. I think it was up to $80,000. And when we had to tighten up, we weren't able to follow through. And I understood, because we've made other progress with other criminal justice reform. But, that I would think that would have more of an impact than 100 people. But we've had to tighten some things up and pivot and change. And I go back to, I feel for these folks, but I've had so many constituent issues with similar things, and I think it's on the developer. There was something, the stamp from whoever they hired of approval that Cindy Collip said, that wasn't the city. So we're just in a precedent here that I'm feeling very, very uncomfortable with.
Further discussion,
Mayor
Pro Tem.
Just real quick on, the reason that it wasn't able to be funded was because of COVID, because we thought we were going to have a $30 million a year deficit. In fact, we actually ended up doing better than the year before. So there's not an issue of not having money. There's, we were able to meet our projections on sales taxes. So how do you tell the people now, well, we didn't have the money during COVID. We have plenty of money now. We're like giving it out left and right on all kinds of projects, but you don't get what you thought you were going to get.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
I'm just wondering, maybe I missed it, but why isn't the developer paying for this? If it's their building and it's their construction and it's their area, why aren't they fixing this? Because I know they have fixed similar issues with drainage in the past. And I believe this is the same builder that was brought into the news for, investigative journalism on skirting responsibility for not having some of these same issues. And so I'm just curious why this isn't being paid for by the developer.
So Councilmember Hiltz, this is Cindy again, and moving forward with the upcoming any civil plan reviews, it will be part of the developer's responsibility as part of their civil plan approval. We just ran into some areas in this southeast Aurora where we have a couple things going on. There's a lot of sump pumps that run continuously, which is a little unexpected. And so I think we're dealing with that issue. And also the way the tree lawn is configured next to the roadway, between the roadway and the sidewalk, it can sometimes create a damming situation. And so to Councilmember Bergen's point, planning is allowing a different type of treatment in the tree lawn. It doesn't need to be sod anymore. It can be more xeriscape. And so working through those issues to help mitigate that. But moving forward, most of this will be on the developers.
Moving forward. Okay. Further discussion. Is there objection to moving number one forward?
I object.
I'm sorry, who is that?
Johnston?
Okay, Councilmember Johnson. Further objections?
Lawson?
Councilmember Lawson. Further objections?
Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz. Further objections?
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs. Further objections?
Murillo.
Further objections?
Marcano.
Okay. Item number one will not move forward.
Mayor?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I hope that the 6 members that objected to this will please explain to those homeowners that they will not be getting the chase drains.
Very well. Item number 2, restorative justice RFP. So there's no.
Actually, sir, we haven't actually gotten to the spring supplemental. If there's anything we don't actually have to do a presentation. But if anybody did have any questions specifically about the spring supplemental, this was just making sure that we understood the workshop.
I'm sorry, but isn't this whether or not it's going to move forward? But I'm not clear.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. You've given us the information about the items from the spring workshop, but we have the spring supplemental, which Kirsten was going to bring up. And if anybody had any questions specifically about the spring supplemental, this is just a slide to make sure that we understood what was going on with the workshop.
Okay, well that wasn't clear.
Okay.
So we're not voting on the others?
There was no. Okay. This was really not clear, Greg. So what you're saying is that was just for information.
The only item that wasn't voted on was that number 1, the chase train. Everything else was voted on that Saturday and approved, and either approved or earmarked or not earmarked.
Okay. So, but the direction of staff is that number 1 will not move forward.
Correct. Yep, we've heard that.
Okay. Okay. To the ordinance then. Where are we at?
Spring supplemental. Would you like me to give you a summary of the spring supplemental?
Please.
So the spring supplemental impacts both the 2020 and the 2021 budget years. 2020 supplementals are activities that have already occurred. The most significant items are the CARES Act appropriation of $34 million in the Gifts and Grants Fund and water rights acquisitions of $30 million in the Water Fund. Most 2021 supplementals are technical and include several PCN movements and reorgs. In addition, a net 11 FTE are requested to be added to the budget. This includes 6 FTEs for the Youth Violence Prevention Program, which is funded entirely by the new 1% marijuana sales tax rate. The 6 FTEs are broken down into 1 program manager and 5 outreach specialists. The supplemental also includes the addition of 2 FTEs in IT in the general fund, 1 business solutions architect to address remote working needs, and the conversion of a contingent project coordinator to an FTE. The net impact on the general fund for these FTEs is about $38,000, and that's because the IT department has provided an offset for the majority of the cost of the FTEs. The supplemental also includes 4 Aurora Water FTEs in the Water Fund, 1 water conservation specialist to continue to provide low water use landscapes at no cost to income qualified homeowners, 1 water resources specialist in response to the increasing need for water rights acquisitions, and 2 treatment technicians to address the need for entry-level operators. And department representatives are available to answer your questions.
Questions?
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I want to talk a little bit about the city, and the city attorney alluded to this at the beginning. There are 2 different versions of the spring supplemental in here. One was the version that was approved at, I believe it was our March management finance meeting, and then one was the version that I think the city attorney had some comments added in regards to the supplemental request from the public defender's office. And I just wanted to kind of briefly introduce that and then see if Deanna Giordano is on the phone to talk a little bit about the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, because there's basically a contention being made that the city's in violation of the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. But I think there's, several key points as to why that actually isn't the case. And, I think I have a concern with, a high-level city employee making those comments that as far as the information I've been given from our HR department are unfounded. And so I wanted to see if Deanna's on the phone, if she could briefly talk about the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act and just describe what that is, kind of for the benefit of the other council members who aren't aware and for any public that's listening.
So this is Deanna Giordano with the Human Resources Department, and I can provide just a quick overview of kind of the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. So you may be familiar with the Colorado General Assembly passing the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, which took effect January 1 of 2021. The act is very prescriptive. It provides a number of criteria that would prohibit wage rate discrimination or disparities in pay for gender or race as a secondary reason. And so the Human Resources Department has worked and will continue to work collectively to make sure that there are no violations of the Equal Pay for Equal Work. I do want to talk about some of the changes to the act and kind of then talk about specifically the public defender. Things that are part of the Equal Pay for Equal Work, or it prohibits employers from seeking salary history from job applicants. It requires employers to post internal job openings, and then more specifically list the pay ranges as well as the hiring ranges for jobs. There's exceptions to pay disparities, so things that are acceptable for maybe some wage differences, either between various individuals of a different gender or of a different race. And it's things like a seniority system, as well as merit systems that measure quantity or quality, so performance-based related pay differences, the geographic location, and then education, training, and experience related to the position in question, and then travel if necessary to the job. So as part of this process, the things that the Human Resources Department is looking at is market analysis for various jobs. I want to share that we've conducted market analysis in 2019 for the Public Defender's Office, and pay changes have resulted as a review of that classification. We put the classification review on hold during 2020 because of COVID, and then since revisited the issue. There's been change to pay for that particular classification in part because the city and county of Denver intentionally established pay parity between their criminal prosecution division as well as their public defender's office. And so that market data was made available to us. I do want to go back to speak to the ordinance and kind of the reference to there may be a potential violation to equal pay for equal work. The city has no information to support that. You know, I take the role of the HR director very seriously, not only as being responsible for the personnel and the pay for employees, but even also as a minority female employee myself. And so I just want to make sure that we don't have any information that we're creating any issue or compliance issue for the city. We're working very diligently to make sure we're doing market analysis and to make sure there are no violations going forward.
Questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Gardner and Deanna. I know that our city attorney said that he was going to withdraw those comments or request, but this is still very concerning to me. You know, when you put something out there, I'm glad that our human resources director is addressing it, but you know, for the city attorney, that's, you know, we have a responsibility, and you know, we need to look for legal advice or you know, different guidance that we know follows through with the procedures and policies that our HR director just put forward. So it's concerning to me, but I appreciate Councilmember Gardner digging deeper into it, and thank you, Dana. You are top notch, very professional. We know that you use facts and your due diligence always when getting this information. So thank you.
Further discussion, Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to clarify, are we saying that we're not going to appropriate the funds for pay parity between the public defenders and the city attorney? Or are we just talking about language that was used?
So in the proposal, in the supplemental packet, we are establishing closer pay parity between the public defender's office and the criminal prosecution. And I believe the city attorney's position is there needs to be a variance, and that's not the data that we have at this time to support that. So public defenders is getting wage increases as part of the supplemental process.
Good. Thank you.
Further discussion.
And if I could, Mayor, I want to make very clear. Right now, we're fine under equal pay for equal work. There is going to be an increase in pay. There are, and this relates to one position. It is the public defender's position. In Denver, the change that was made in Denver, that position equates to a prosecution manager. So, and then we have two managers above that, our litigation manager, as well as our legal operations manager. So those are above that. So when we move one up, these are equal positions. Actually, our prosecution manager has more responsibilities. They handle more cases. They supervise more people. That's an equal position. That's what Denver recognizes in theirs. So what I'm saying is that when we do this, in the city attorney's budget will increase in 2022 to reflect the equal pay that these positions are going to need for these female managers to match the male public defender in these positions. That makes them equal for, and doesn't create a disparity based on genders. So, and again, if looking at experience of these people have been with the city for longer terms than our public defender, that across the board, they do not only equal, but more work than the public defender. And the pay that we're doing has to reflect that. And it's unfair to these women not to have that be equal. Now, we're not there right now, and we're actually working with HR. Our goals are the same as HR. we're going through this entire process with HR. We've submitted that a month ago to HR and to Jim on saying, here are our positions, here's this issue. They've been working on that issue. We haven't heard anything back that the position we've taken that these women's salaries should be increased. We haven't heard anything back from HR disputing that in any way, shape, or form. So in the future, these are going to increase. What I'm trying to make sure is when we walk into the 2022 budget, council understands that there is a substantial increase. We're just giving you a heads up. The 2022 budget's coming, and we're going to be standing before you. And we just want to make sure that all of our employees are getting paid fair.
Okay.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Dan, what you just said kind of sounds more to me like a workload matter as opposed to a technical expertise matter. So is this increase that you're forecasting going to be for additional full-time employees? Or is it just going to be for pay, but maintaining a high workload, perhaps too high of a workload for individual people who are already in the department?
And this is just equaling out the salaries for our current employees. Are we going to look at workload, and is there a workload issue? Absolutely. But this is just equaling out the salaries, and it's part of the overall HR process. Remember, when you do, if this was done across the board at the same time, we would be looking at these salaries to make sure that they equate. That's part of the process in the marketing process. Is when you do a market study, is you look across the board at all of these positions to make sure that everybody's being adjusted correctly and not leaving somebody behind.
Mayor.
Further discussion.
Mayor Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I just have some concerns about this even being a topic of conversation, because I think there's probably other departments that will likely show disparities as well. And those departments aren't being given the opportunity to make a pitch to the full council in the same way that the attorney's office is getting to make, because they happen to be the ones that do the legal drafting. And so I'm just not comfortable with the use of this to have that conversation, because I'm willing to bet there's some other department heads that would like to advocate for some potential pay disparities within their departments, which is why we're doing the study to begin with. So I'm just sharing my discomfort with this way of going about it.
For further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I want to clear up a few things. First, and this is really just restating what's already been said by our HR director, but the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act does not say that two individuals of different genders have to be paid the same amount. It says you cannot pay them differently because their genders are different, but you can pay them differently for things like experience, education, training. There's a whole host of reasons for why two individuals could make a different amount of money, even if they're in the same position and their genders are different. But that being said, I think I don't agree that there is a comparison in our public defender, which reports directly to a commission, as there is to a client group manager that has several layers above them in the organizational chart within our city attorney's office. So I don't agree necessarily that a pay increase in one area necessarily equals the pay increase that the city attorney is referring to.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnson.
So I spoke after our HR director spoke, but I'm still concerned that we had our city attorney counter the professional opinion with facts and a process of what our human resources director says. And it's also, it's bad for the city that our HR director said that's not true. And now we're going to have this out there that there's these pay inequities where it's not happening in this situation. Our HR director has said that, and she takes it professionally and personally, and then we have the city attorney just say the opposite of that. That's very concerning to me.
Further discussion? Is there objection? Does this require action? City attorney, does this require action?
No, that was not part of the supplemental as is. So
okay, I see.
Correct.
To the supplemental, 2021 spring supplemental. Further discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, item number 3C will move forward. We did item number 3D. We are now at item number 3E, proposed revisions to the city council rules.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have the council rules, just as sort of a summary. These are the rule changes that were proposed last year. We're bringing them back forward after a recent conversation with the Rules Committee. They decided to bring the items, except for basically the change to the oath of office, forward for your review and discussion, or further review and discussion. And the other items will come back through Rules Committee. So they decided to kind of chunk off sections as we go with some of the easier revisions, and bring this forward over multiple study sessions.
Very well. Questions, discussions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that information.
Thank you.
There's no action at this time.
Would you like?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just, would you like to move it forward to the regular meeting next week?
Okay, is there objection to moving it forward? Seeing none, item number 3E will move forward. Item number 3F, employee handbook 2021 resolution.
Yep, so this is Deanna Giordano, HR Director with the City of Aurora. And Katie, if I could I share my screen, please? What I'll be presenting to you is information that's found in your packet on 210 through 298. So give me 1 second. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So as you heard earlier today from one of the committee meetings in pros, was that words matter. And we believe the same thing. And what you have before you today is the employee handbook and some revisions that are being proposed and that are being considered by the city manager. The Human Resources Department, in partnership with the City Attorney's Office, as well as the Finance Department, has spent the last year reviewing the 2018 Employee Manual. And what you have attached in your packet is information relating to changes. Some of the content that we focused on was looking at compliance with federal and state labor laws, as well as just making the content easier to understand for individual contributors at every parts of the organization. What you'll also see is just some summary, and I'll go through as a summary of significant changes, but I wanted to share with you before bringing this forward to council in the study session is that we presented it to the management team. And so all of the directors, the chiefs, department heads throughout the city to allow them opportunity to evaluate the information that was being considered for change. We also presented this to the city attorney's office. We included Local 1290 as well as the Fraternal Order of Police to provide them with information and allow them to weigh in on considerations or of the changes. We presented this to the Public Defender's Office as well as Dr. Du Bois, the court administrator, and Judge Day for consideration as well. In December, we provided this to the MNF, all of the changes along with a summary of changes, and now we're here at the council study session. The timing of activities actually gave us an opportunity to also make amendments that reflect the Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, as well as Colorado's latest Healthy Families and Workplace Act, which reflects leave, sick leave utilization, as well as pandemic leave. And so all of that has been included in the new revised and proposed 2021 employee handbook. As the city manager establishes rules on management and personnel for employees, the city code does require notice to council. So this is the first step in fulfilling that requirement. And so just kind of a summary of some of those changes that we are providing. And I don't know, did I lose my screen? Some of the changes that we are providing, we looked at removing pronouns. And so we replaced pronouns with employees or they. We also added kind of just a welcome from the city manager. We included a preface that talks about the notice and disclaimer so that individuals didn't have an interpretation that this was a contract for employment. We added the applicability and approval section by the council appointees towards the end, made it in a more user-friendly format that's more of a chart base that and employees at a glance could identify whether or not the section of the employee handbook applied to them. We looked at placing stronger emphasis on the equal opportunity statement because individual contributors can make decisions or actions that would violate, the culture that we're trying to create in the city. We updated the protected classes to align with state definitions, which include pregnancy and gender identity, where the previous handbook stood silent on those. We clarified language around harassment and anti-harassment, as well as the chronological order for investigating and responding to those concerns. We added a new policy on accommodations for nursing mothers where none existed before. We did look at the investigations and the reports and corresponded that to Cora. So that individuals to protect kind of the client attorney privilege and also to create an environment where individuals felt comfortable sharing facts and observations that they've made relating to EEO harassment or sexual harassment type complaints. We added a more thorough section on employee conduct, which covers different items, even things relating to things as simple as time and attendance, but even abandonment of position, failure to call in, workplace inspections, electronic records, official use of the badge, making sure that those were, limited to employment activities. We retitled relatives in the workplace to nepotism, which is more a commonly used term. And then we added just kind of work clothing standards. So where there were uniformed employees or just the professional presence in the workplace. As it relates to ethics, professional standards, and conflicts of interest, we expanded some of those content in that area. Political activity was expanded to include anti-lobbying, which came up earlier in 2019 with council. We also corresponded with Colorado Constitution as it relates to ethics and covered content relating to outside employment, prior employment, and post-employment to ensure that employees weren't creating situations that would compromise the trust of our citizens. We also expanded confidentiality so that even post-employment, anything that was gained as part of city employment, that was not communicated or shared with unauthorized persons. We looked at a complaint process and enforcement for ethics. The disciplinary section, it was more clarity around just some of the content and language. It applied to our regular employees and that wasn't clearly defined. We retitled just cause to prohibited conduct, which just applies to everyone. We looked at failure to disclose arrest, which wasn't a requirement. So if there's any type of arrest or conviction that affects the job, we want to know about those so that we don't create any extended liability or cause concern for the residents that we serve. And then addressed kind of the possession of a weapon. We limited the use of fines. So historically, the city had used disciplinary fines similar to suspensions. So suspensions is the preferred method. We identified that medical separations were not punitive and therefore not appealable, and then created some safeguards in relating to guidelines not strictly adhered to by supervisors where individuals may be acting on behalf of the city and just provided some clarity in the employee handbook. We also provide some clarifying language around appeals. For introductory and trial periods, so these are periods where employees are new to the organization. Previously, they were prohibited from applying for promotional opportunities. We allowed some flexibility where people might be better suited for a different job, but it does require that those periods start anew. Promotion, we aligned with the equal pay for equal work. So jobs you cannot extend a job offer without making that known to employees. So that language is found in the new version. The current Corp 4 performance evaluation program is also some clarity around non-secutive mid-year below ratings or unsuccessful performance evaluations. We clarified performance improvement plans are not typically used in introductory periods, those 6-month evaluation periods, but they are used for the regular employees Anytime somebody falls below, it's a requirement so that individuals know what's expected and what their plan is to improve and sustain acceptable performance. Career progression is also kind of just aligning with the 6-month trial service period as that being a requirement before career progressions could be pursued. We clarified language around the drug and alcohol-free workplace, and we have a BPM, a business policy memorandum that will accompany the employee manual when it's rolled out. We identified under Fit for Duty just the Americans with Disabilities Act, so individuals that have a physical inability to perform their job, that they could pursue accommodations under ADA. We clarified reduction in force specifically for USERRA. There's some military provisions that allow years of service or credited service to be acknowledged, and that was aligned as well. And then some pay issues, and it was more practice to align with what was recorded in written form. And so detail assignments, special pay, as well as recruitments were all aligned to better reflect practice. There was a number of policies that govern benefits and leave and payroll administration that you don't typically find in a handbook. So those will be removed and become part of a business policy memorandum. And then there's other leave that are defined in the policy book, things like administrative leave, annual leave, personal leave, sick leave, and all of it was just really alignment or compliance with the new Healthy Families and Workplace Act. Items relating to holiday, we clarified kind of that before or after a holiday that might create issue for employees if they call out. The civil leave relating to kind of jury duty, we aligned with USERRA. It didn't have a cap. And so there was some recent litigation relating to USERRA being consistent with other typical benefit leaves, like civil leave or jury duty, if you will. And so we had some alignment there. We removed the 12-month eligibility requirement for situations or individuals that are dealing with domestic leave. We don't want our employees to have to deal with those and feel like their job's impacted. There was some clarity again around emergency leave, jury duty or civil leave, and then USERRA. So we kind of aligned all of those different programs to have a consistent application. Employee medical leave was language content that was clarified in the past in leave situations, whether they were job related or non-job related. We treated very similarly. This provides a little more flexibility for the organizations. And this was kind of an ask from our employees and our workforce, as well as our union partnerships. Family and medical leave is a significant change. We're looking at rolling from a calendar year to a rolling 12-month. That's best practice. And then just clarity around injury leave and leave without pay, military leave to align with USERRA, some language clarity around safety shoe allowance, and then just some glossary enhancements for individuals that are utilizing that to understand different terms that are used in the city. So that's a quick overview. Are there any questions for me?
Questions?
Mayor, can I just ask a question to Deanna?
Councilmember Lawson.
Deanna, I just wanted to get clarification on something that you said. So if someone is starting to work at the city on a probation, and of course they're on a probation period, I just wanted to clarify that if you see that they could go into another position within that probation period, they would have to start the probation period over again?
Yes. So typically,
why is that if they're if you're promoting them to something else? Why would they need to start the probation period if they've got the job and you see fit that they're starting in another position and they have to start the probation period, be kind of reactive and start from day one again?
It is, but one of the considerations prior to this modification was that they weren't allowed to compete for any promotional opportunity until they completed the introductory period. And so the introductory period, while it's 6 months and it seems like it's long, half a year, that time goes by really fast. And to see if someone's going to be successful, that they have the right resources to be able to do the job, that 6-month time is really critical. So by removing the ability to allow them to promote and compete for different opportunities, we thought that would be kind of a good accommodation, is to start that introductory period in you.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Absolutely.
Further discussion, questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation.
Okay, and then just the question for council is if we can get approval to forward the employee handbook to a regular council meeting.
Is there objection? Seeing none, it will move forward. Item number 3G 2021 ACLC Heavy Fleet Program Financing Ordinance. Andrew Jameson.
Yes, good evening. I'm here to present the annual fleet financing ordinance for a set of heavy fleet vehicles, primarily fire trucks and equipment, as well as some dump trucks for the Public Works Department. It's generally well received in a private placement transaction where it's put out to RFP for several banks, and we get very solid and competitive rates on it, very close to rates of the U.S. Treasury. This year's transaction is a not to exceed amount of $10 million, and the equipment listing is close to that number. With an interest rate of not to exceed 5%, although we expect things to rates to come in much lower than that. And the question for the council is to move this forward to regular meeting.
Discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to moving item number 3G forward? Seeing none, item number 3G will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 3H, Housing and Homelessness Services COVID funding update.
Mayor and Council, this is Jessica Prosser, Director of Housing and Community Services. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen. So this evening, this is an update around some of the things that have been happening with the COVID funding, many that you all are aware of over the past 14 months or so. And really, this is a look ahead. This is an informational only piece, but we are looking for some feedback. Many of these ideas to continue using some of the COVID funding will require some lead time associated with those. And so some of the dollars that we have already received have some restrictions on them, and we're obviously going to be seeing more dollars coming. So we'll kind of provide some current status and then go through a set of suggestions. These are suggestions. These are projects that could be funded with some of the stimulus dollars. And so we're really looking for council to just provide some general feedback about which of those might be, most beneficial for the community and be interesting for staff to sort of pursue further. So what we know now is that there's additional dollars coming. We've obviously received a little over $10 million in some of our HUD funds already. We've gone through the CARES funding. We do know last week we received official notice that the HUD home dollars will be receiving an additional $4.2 million of HUD home dollars. These dollars are restrictive in the sense of infrastructure and programmatic things related to folks experiencing homelessness. These could be used for infrastructure, they could be used for programmatic, but instead of the HUD Emergency Solutions Grant Funds, which is the ESG money, that's really more focused on programmatic and some of those kind of gap funds related to homeless services. So the home funds are really going to be focused more on infrastructure or things like that to sort of keep people housed and create new housing options. We have not heard about additional HUD CDBG dollars or HUD ESG dollars, although there has been talk from HUD generally that would be part of the American Rescue Plan. And then the $72 million that you heard about at this spring workshop additionally could be used for some housing or homelessness pieces. So I'm going to turn it over to Rodney Milton, our Community Development Manager, and Lana Dalton to run through these different suggestions and then take some feedback from council. Go ahead, Rodney.
Okay.
So, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to make sure that we understood what the current status of affordable housing is relative to our recently adopted housing strategy that let us know that we had a shortage around 7,500 to 8,500 too few affordable rental units at a particular rental rate. And so about 56,000 individuals fall in that 0 to 30% of area median income, meaning they make less than 25,000 a year. And that's a shortage that we have. In addition to that, we're looking at ways to gauge the need. And so we've rolled out a rental assistance program that was those treasury funds from COVID dollars. And we found that we've already helped about 766 Aurora households. And that should let you know where the need is regarding affordable housing and stabilization. Next slide. So what is guiding our choices and the ways in which we want to utilize these funds? Well, the housing strategy created a policy framework that lays out exactly the types of activities we want to engage in. And so first, we want to foster a balanced and sustainable housing portfolio, which is you'll see in some of the suggestions, that's shelters, that's, gap financing that can cover the spectrum of housing. We also want to make sure we're supporting protections for homeowners and renters, expanding the inventory of housing options throughout Aurora. And then here's an important one, preserving the long-term affordability of existing housing stock. So you'll see the ways in which we achieve these policy objectives through the suggestions that we're going to present to you here. This is not limited to all the things that we're doing around the housing strategy. We just want to reiterate the fact that a lot of our choices regarding the suggestions are being guided by the housing strategy policy framework.
And for me, I'm going to just paint the current status of homelessness. So based upon our last PIT count and the projection for this year, we're seeing about 462 people that are experiencing homelessness, and our total shelter capacity in the community where there's non-cold weather, so the Aurora Day Resource Center isn't open or our emergency shelter has closed at this point, and it's non-DV, it's between 130 to 150 beds. And the amount of requests we're getting through Access Aurora alone, this doesn't include additional emails, phone calls, council requests, etc., on encampments and RVs are approximately 900 per year. And so, as you can see, there's a large demand and there is a lack of shelter capacity as it exists currently in our community. The first suggestion that we have for you tonight is renovations for Comitas and the Aurora Day Resource Center. This would be $200,000 a one-time cost. What this would do would bring an additional safety capacity to the Aurora Day Resource Center. Right now, there's one direction in, one direction out, and they'd really like to split that up. And make it have it more so it's defined and there's additional safety folks at the door. They also need to redo some bathrooms and refurbish floors, and they would also like to put up some additional walls in the actual ADRC itself, so guests can have some separation for different programming needs. We anticipate the timeline to be 3 to 6 months, and we would anticipate it to be completed this year. The next suggestion that we have would be safe outdoor spaces. These spaces would come along with a toolkit. We really want to analyze how quickly we can get individuals into permanent housing solutions. These are not permanent housing solutions. These are a stepping stone to do that. It allows us to increase our shelter capacity rapidly, which is something that obviously by the numbers that I shared with you above is something that we really need. So we will be doing the engagement, which has been moved to May 19th from 4 to 7 p.m., where you can come and see a pallet shelter, which you'll see on the right-hand side of your screen, excuse me, a shower trailer that's mobile that could go to different sites in the community, tiny homes, things of that nature. Safe parking as well. So we would really like to look at that. We feel like we can institute that within 3 to 6 months. And then there's also the breakdown of the shower trailer, laundry, restroom. And this includes programming. So this specific agency is really interested in pairing individuals experiencing homelessness that are in need of employment with this specific program to employ them and be peers in their community to help other folks move forward from homelessness into a housed situation.
The next suggestion that we have would be the acquisition of property and or purchase of an office building or multifamily building, things like hotels or motels, to convert into deeply affordable housing. So that would be a $7 to $8 million cost up front. And then as you can see below, there are some renovation costs and also some programming costs that are associated with that. Considering the amount of individuals that are growing in our homelessness community currently, and as the eviction moratoria lifts, it'll be interesting to see the amount of individuals that end up trying to go through our shelter system. And so we're looking at this specific option as a different affordable housing solution for those individuals. We of course want to pair that with programming. So looking at more of a permanent supportive housing type of model where there's wraparound services on site to help those individuals stay housed once they're placed into a deeply affordable housing unit. Another suggestion that's on the table is housing matching software. This is something that Los Angeles is instituting in their area to really help individuals find housing, and looking at specific affordable housing units, matching them with the appropriate individual, as well as matching individuals into a shared housing situation. So this could be two different adults, and they're both looking for specific housing but can't afford the specific unit that maybe both of them are looking at, and so maybe pairing them together if everything they have to go through a specific assessment and whatnot to make sure that they're matched appropriately. This again will help specifically with the eviction moratoria that could be lifting soon, and it's a tool that could help us streamline the housing process to get people into housing more quickly based upon the current housing stock we have in Aurora. We anticipate this going on for about 10 to 12 months, and would anticipate at the beginning of 2022 to launch this. Another suggestion that's on the table is gap funding for 5 different surcharge programs that have a public safety and homelessness nexus in 2022. Right now, we have these surcharge programs underneath multiple different funding streams due to the lack of red light charges that occurred during the year of 2020. And so with that being said, we could utilize some funds to ensure that these agencies that provide essential services in our community would be funded for the next year. And another suggestion would be land acquisition for a new shelter or construction of a new shelter. I'm sure most individuals would agree that what the capacity that we have currently just isn't enough. And while we want to, of course, pair that with appropriate services as well as affordable housing, sometimes individuals need an emergency solution to the issue that they're facing. And so along with this also helps us provide a different, an alternative solution for individuals that are maybe encampments. And if we want to pursue more of an ordinance or things of that nature, this could be helpful to ensure that we have additional capacity in our community to make sure that folks have a place to go if we need to look at different options for encampments.
Right, so the next suggestion is really to expand what we're calling gap financing, but really it's community investment and expanding that capacity with additional dollars. So again, we had talked about before the need. Now we're looking at ways to meet that need, which includes activities around renters. So financing multifamily developments where there is a gap, or even owner-occupied rehab, down payment assistance, and expanding that pool. Right now, we've got a pipeline of projects that could total in excess of 800 units. We've been averaging about 250 units a year. We're looking at hitting that target. If we can expand our dollars to meet those goals and those needs, then that would be a suggestion that we're looking at.
So overall, the suggestions that we just presented are kind of in timeline order for those that are more of a quick win or shorter timeline, to those that would be a longer timeline. Obviously, the funding amounts were kind of all over the map, but this was presented to Horns and then bringing forward to council, and interested to see which suggestions really stand out to council, that staff could spend some time exploring. Obviously, these would all need to be vetted and, better funding analysis put to each of these to bring forward. Once we do have more clarity on what the stimulus funding could be spent on, we just wanted to definitely have a head start on that. So I'll open it up for any feedback or questions from council at this point.
Mayor? Mayor? I guess I just have a quick question. I'm not sure what's going on with the mayor, but so it looks like the total, if we were to do everything, is about 45 million. What is the amount that we know for sure that's available specifically for homelessness and housing issues?
So as I mentioned just a little bit earlier, we know we have 4.2 million coming. We did get an official letter from HUD last week. So that's what we know for sure. And then I believe in terms of the Department of Treasury money, and certainly someone from budget can jump in, but I believe it's about 72 million. We know it's coming. We don't know exactly what the criteria is for expenditures, but from the general guidelines, this housing and homelessness would meet those criteria.
Mayor? Or Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I don't think we have the mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, you might want to take over. I'm not quite sure what happened. It looks like he dropped off. I'll try to get him back on.
Is Mayor Pro Tem Bergen on? I don't think I'm seeing.
I don't think she's on as well. I don't think she's on either.
I guess Councilmember Lawson, are you next?
Yeah, you're senior.
Okay. Go ahead. So who addressed? Okay, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Councilmember Lawson. Could we go to the screen that has the different options and timelines just for the visual? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So Mayor, is it okay if I ask a question?
You know what, let me just, I'm having trouble with my computer. If I could just say something, I'm probably have to turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem because I'm having problems here. Let me just say, I support, what I would like to see is a closure of our facility, the Day Resource Center, and the Anschutz Medical Campus. I would like to see us build a shelter, build a facility designed as a shelter as opposed to just that if the homeless problem receded, it could in fact revert into some kind of light industrial warehouse use. During the winter break, I spent time at 3 different shelters, and so I took the best from all 3. And what I would like to see is a 24-hour shelter and with intensive case management. And so I think that that's the direction that we had to go. And that for the homeless population, really make it until we can get that facility up, whatever we do is just of a temporary nature, waiting for that facility. Mayor Pro Tem Johnston. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to bring up, and I want to give credit to my council member Coombs, who had brought this up at the last Horns meeting. I know there is, or I'm assuming just from comments made from Anschutz that would say we don't want to have a shelter here. We want to have some other businesses or medical services there. And this campus, first of all, there is a responsibility to the community for this nonprofit campus that does not pay taxes. There is built-in medical providers, medical students that are able to be and part of our initiatives. The VA center is right there. I'm really concerned when we talk about just moving this location. So I want to make sure that we're recognizing that. And Councilmember Coombs had brought up some of these issues last time. So definitely think that's important. And then we had talked about this also in Horns, but just to make sure that there are options like the tiny homes, the platform homes, outdoor camping spaces. I know that there's been some churches, Habitat for Humanity, and some other churches, both in a couple of different wards in the city that want to have that land available. So just want to bring that up, that you're hearing, since you want feedback from council members, that especially when we have our churches that have land and want to be part of this process and these solutions, that we're working together with them as well. Thanks.
And let me just say, there's an industrial area just north of Peoria that is within walking distance, very close to a major Stride facility. In fact, the largest Stride facility in the city of Aurora in terms of providing health care. Further comments?
Persons?
Mayor.
Councilmember Berzins.
Thank you. You know, I sit in Horns. Comitas needs to expand. I think it's better to have more people together in a larger facility.
Mm-hmm.
And I hear what Councilmember Johnston is saying, but at some point, how are we going to expand Comitas? You know, at some point, they're going to have to move to a larger facility. And I know some of you don't like the FR, you don't like the Fitzsimmons campus for whatever reason, but Comitas has been there for years. Aurora Mental Health Center is right there. Our Day Resource Center is right there, but they need to be larger and they need to combine together. Like the mayor said, a 24-hour center is what we need. I mean, to think of kicking people out at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, I mean, where do they go? We need to have a place, and there's not a space on the Fitzsimmons campus to expand that. And as much as you might not like it, it needs to be larger so we can house more people, so we could have a bigger kitchen, feed them, have a place where they can have a garden, you know, and they can grow their own food and, you know, take care of themselves while they're at the Comitas or whatever you want to call it in this new facility. So I don't see how we really couldn't think of getting a larger place to house more people. Now, Jessica did say that there were 462 or something similar that were unhoused. We all know that just because there may be a house, a lot of people just won't go. You know, the mayor experienced that. Some people want to stay where they are. They don't want to go in temporary quarters or wherever you offer them a space. So we can't say that all 462 would move. Some of them would stay where they want to be, and they'd rather stay, you know, in an encampment with their friends, and we can't make them move. But the ones that do want to be inside and do want 3 meals a day, I think we have to expand Comitas, and in order to move it, to expand it so we can service more people, we're going to have to move it. You can't cram any more people in there. It's not healthy to do that. And And the Day Resource Center is doing the best they can. They work so hard and they've done so well during this COVID pandemic. But, you know, kicking them out at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock is not the way to handle it either. We just need a larger space.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Mayor.
I think the mayor might be.
I don't think we can.
Okay, so since I don't see the mayor and I don't see Mayor Pro Tem, I will go
on.
Okay, okay, there you go, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was going to ask a questions myself.
You're in charge.
Okay, let me ask my question and then I'll go to the others. I agree about Comitas, you know, possibly needing new space. My concern is the Anschutz campus, or, you know, Anschutz really would like them moved. And if that's the case, and we're going to look for a new place for Comitas, they need to have skin in the game. They need to be putting up a big chunk of money because that's valuable land. And I don't know how much of an expansion we want to do, but I think we heard there was, what, 462 homeless. Not all of them will actually want to spend the night in a shelter. So anyway, who had their hand up? I think Councilmember Marcano, I heard.
I believe so. Thank you.
Hiltz at some point too.
Yeah, I think Hiltz was, we both spoke up more or less at the same time. So
Okay, Marcano and then Councilmember
Waiting a while.
yeah.
So give Lawson on that list.
All right, sorry. I'll try to go through this as quick as possible. So on the discussion of a shelter, just look at the timeline in front of us. That's something that is several years out and tens of millions of dollars that will still preserve the status quo, just with a little more space. And I think that, kind of hearkening back to the presentation that we had a little earlier this evening, we should be looking to reduce that number as opposed to allowing it to continue to grow and just finding another place to put those folks until that shelter then is too small and just keep repeating the cycle. A shelter is not a home. And there are some folks who, for whatever reason, may be resistant to moving into a home. We all know that that does happen, but there is a process and a continuum of services that get folks into a more stable form of housing. So to get to those goals, my number one suggestion here is definitely to look into purchasing land. That is one of the biggest hurdles I think that we face with any of the solutions that we're really talking about here. Second, to have the a more immediate impact is looking at standing up more permanent supportive housing that'll address some of our chronically homeless community, as well as helping folks who need ongoing services get housed. I think Providence at the Heights is a great example of how successful that model can be, and I would like to see more of that sooner rather than later. And then the third issue kind of ties into affordable housing, generally speaking, since that was part of the ask, if I'm not mistaken from what I read in our backup. And that is to find a way to leverage these one-time funds that we're getting from the feds and other sources, and put that towards starting something up that is akin to Vienna social housing, which is a self-sustaining model that builds today thousands of units a year. We won't get there overnight, obviously, but we need to take some kind of long-term proactive approach like that. That ties back into purchasing land. And I think some of how we can start this is in the interim to have a more immediate impact would be to focus on some of that gap financing. I know that's something that my conversation with the Aurora Housing Authority, they've mentioned, and as we just heard from staff, we have projects in the pipeline that just need a little bit to make them viable, and we can get several hundred units up and going in the up and coming in the immediate term. But yeah, I just want to really reiterate, we have frankly this unexpected windfall. I don't think any of us were expecting to have a bunch of money come to us from the federal government to deal with housing last year. And I really think we need to put it towards something that is self-perpetuating, that will get folks housed, and that we can expand over time. That'll basically just, again, make itself replicate over time. So that's my 2 cents and then some.
Is Mike Hoffman back? Let me just say something first, and that is that.
I was going to say we had Hills, Coombs, and Lawson, and I don't know what order.
Okay, let me go. Hills, Coombs, Lawson. That I met with Arapahoe County Department of Social Services, showed me some of the things that they're working on, and we are not in any way coordinating with them, and that is really important. Both of us have come into money. Both of us are working in silos, and this goes probably for Adams County too. And we have to work together in terms of that we deploy our resources in a way that's not redundant. And so what I would like to do is have Arapahoe County Department of Social Services give a presentation on what they're doing in the city of Aurora in terms of providing services for the homeless. I'm sorry, what was the order again?
Hiltz.
I had Hills, Coombs, and Lawson.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I just want to, I think this is a conversation, a much larger presentation and conversation outside of this particular agenda item, the moving, and just want to make sure that wherever that is, we're mindful of the, you know, the nexus of public transportation that happens in this area. And that is a big, you know, it's a big thing to have that public transit. And if we move it further out and down, if that cuts down the number of options and the time it takes to get there, that can impact people's ability to work the part-time job they may have or the full-time job they have, and they still can't afford housing. I mean, there's cascading effects from moving services. Happy to send you some studies on the impacts that it has disproportionately on women and caretakers and their families. So I just want to be really mindful of, this is not just a simple, you know, move a location down the road situation. I think it warrants a much larger conversation.
There's a council member, is it Coombs?
Well, I think Councilmember Lawson has been waiting since before me.
Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, thank you. So I just, you know, Mayor, I just wanted to say that I guess I'm very passionate about this because I was one of the people that initiated the thought of the Day Resource Center. And for you just to kind of say, oh, let's just close it down. I mean, the concept, it has worked in our community. I understand you want another shelter, but at the end of the day, are we, like Councilmember Marcano says, are we really solving the problem? I personally think that we need to look at some of the repurposing of some of these buildings that we have throughout the city. We have a lot of, I don't know what the inventory is. I would like to maybe have staff look into that to see where we can actually have a place where people can go and also have the services as well. I do agree that we probably need that. It needs to be a bigger discussion about just closing down the Day Resource Center. And, you know, I mean, there was a lot of thought that before you even were on council, a lot of thought and a lot of bloodshed and a lot of people really trying to make sure that we had a place, or the thought process where people could get off the street during the day and have the resources. So maybe I'm a little bit passionate about that because I was one of the people who took, excuse me, Mayor, just one of the people that took the passion to bring that forward along with some other council members. So I do think that we should probably look at some of the repurposing pieces of some of our buildings, because we have a lot of buildings, a lot of office buildings that to me could be incorporated to actually have some housing benefits as well for families and for individuals who are suffering from homeless. So I would really like to look into that and what kind of inventory we have, and especially the gap funding and what's happening with that. I think that that's going to be essential as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a day resource center. It is not a 24-hour shelter. There's a big difference.
I understand that, Mayor, but in most cities they have this. So,
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you for cutting me off.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I do want to echo some of what Councilmember Lawson was saying. And I also just would add that whatever the conversation ends up being about closing Comidas and the Day Resource Center, which I know are ongoing, it would be extremely irresponsible to do it now and just think, oh, for the next 4 years, we'll figure it out. I think that we need to have a plan, and that plan needs to obviously include the folks who actually run our services within the city. So I don't think the closing the day resource center or not was the conversation we were asked to have. It's not the question staff are asking of us, and I think it would be inappropriate to have that conversation as a member of that board, just me and nobody else involved with that organization being present for that conversation. That being said, you know, I think that we likely will need to look at larger and more appropriate shelter space. And so that's something for the long term. It's currently here, it says 2024, 2025, that we should consider. And in the short term, we do need to consider, like, I do agree with you, Mayor, we need to have some temporary interim things that we do work on. I think the safe outdoor spaces are a very quick way to address, and shower trailer are some quick ways to immediately address some of the encampment issues that we're having. And so that's an idea that I'd like us to look at. And then I think in terms of the long-term solutions as well, I do agree with Councilmember Marcano that we need to look at how do we get people permanently housed instead of into shelters for longer periods. A lot of people don't go to shelters, not just because they don't want to. Having pets is something that prevents people from going to shelters. Being families rather than individuals is something that makes it difficult for people to access shelters. And so things like, you know, hotels and motels, and not necessarily just doing vouchers, but like we have some older vacant or not very thriving hotels and motels that we could look at as potential sources of more long-term housing, more appropriate, appropriate temporary housing for folks that can't go to our shelters. But the safe outdoor spaces also provides a good medium. And then we need to look at land and housing in general, along the lines of what Councilmember Marcano said. So those are the priorities that I would have based on the presentation that we received from staff.
And I don't think anybody's talking about closing a facility without having an alternate open. Further discussion.
Mayor, this is Jessica Prosser. I just wanted to address the comment around the counties and leveraging those funding sources. And we do certainly collaborate with the counties related to the Aurora at Home Collaborative, which we did not mention tonight, but is definitely beneficial, and part of all of these is when we say wraparound services, a lot of those folks that are part of the collaborative will help fund and staff many of these options. And obviously the counties are going to be receiving some of that stimulus funding as well. So definitely on the radar. We've partnered with them through our rental assistance program this past year, and their family navigator program has been really helpful.
They would like an opportunity to present to the council during a study session, and I having visited their facility in Aurora over at the former Excelsior campus, I think last week, I wholeheartedly, I strongly endorse their request. Further discussion? Seeing none, I think input's been given to staff, and appreciate that. State legislative update, item number 4A.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm Luke Palmisano, Intergovernmental Relations Manager with the city, here to present a state legislative update. The FSIR committee met on Wednesday, April 14th and Friday, April 30th, and took action on several bills. These are in your backup. There is one item under consideration for potential action tonight concerning Senate Bill 62, jail population management tools. Currently, council has an amend position on the bill. There has been some movement on the bill in the last week. The bill was scheduled for a hearing in Senate Appropriations Committee on Friday, but was pulled as sponsors continue to work with stakeholders to consider amendments. At the moment, there have been 2 amendments proposed. The amendments seek to clarify that there are no limitations on custodial arrest for auto theft. clarify that there are no limitations for custodial arrest for all felony 4 offenses, allow custodial arrest for use of a deadly weapon offenses in addition to firearms, allow money bond to be imposed for 2 failures to appear down from 3, and clarify the intent and meaning of the summons provision. When this item was originally scheduled and placed in the backup, it was expected the bill would have a hearing in appropriations and then be on the calendar for second reading this week. Given the recent developments, this item is less urgent and probably more informational at this point. However, officially, the question before council is, should these amendments pass, does council wish to change their position on this bill? I have asked Judge Day, Chief Wilson, and Public Defender Wilson to join tonight. They have offered to answer any questions council may have and share their thoughts on the amendments in the bill.
Questions?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I know that, the amendments took away, for example, some of the felony, I guess, class 3, 4, 5, I think. Can we get Chief Wilson to give input to the rest, to the 62 bill in terms of how it looks right now? Because I personally, I'm still opposed to it. I don't think it's good to not charge criminals for crimes that they have committed, because I'm really concerned with the victims. But if Chief Wilson could maybe give some input.
Mayor, point of clarification.
Councilmember Marcano.
Thank you. The bill would still allow for folks to be charged. It always has. This is just about specifically getting a summons versus being detained.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I personally would prefer, after the amendments are on, to consider the bill. Having been in the legislature, I understand that amendments can be modified and still adopted.
Could I still have the
Chief Wilson, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Bergen, for the opportunity. I'm still concerned with the bill, if I'm able to say that. I think it's very problematic. I think we are going to see issues. There's some of these crimes that I think, if you've seen the position paper put out by the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police, as well as the district attorneys, judicial, there's many problems within this bill, and I'm just concerned about the effects it's going to have on the crime rate.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Chief Wilson, just for example, I'd like to know, so if a police officer stops someone for a traffic stop and they don't have ID on them, right? My understanding is that currently they could be arrested because you don't know who they are, and they could have a warrant for their arrest for a really horrible crime. Under 62, do you know if they don't have ID, would they be allowed to be arrested by the police officer?
Ma'am, I do not know that specific question, but I don't believe they would be. And obviously, we do everything we can to try to identify individuals and use arrest as the last resort. But, I think some of the issues, and I'm trying to pull up the position paper right now so I could answer your question.
And I think my concern is 62 kind of creates this, I think it will create for police officers to not arrest anyone. I mean, it's just, it
does create some concerns for me on subjectivity and whether the officers are going to know exactly what they should be doing in these situations. And then there's many crimes that would not be arrestable, like impersonating a police officer or disarming a police officer, which I think is, it's, in my opinion, not good. There are, the bottom line is, I believe in restorative justice. I think that a lot of people on council believe in that, and I think that's an appropriate thing for us to be looking at. But the bottom line is there are criminals that are going to take advantage of this bill if it's passed, and they are not going, this isn't the person that we can go through restorative justice with. And I think in an earlier presentation, there was a sign behind the doctor that was presenting that said behind every number is a person and behind every case is a victim. And we need to remember those victims.
Thank you, Chief.
Further questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston?
Thank you. I'd like to hear a little from Judge Day because I've been reading this from the beginning, and a lot of my concerns that I've heard from constituents have been addressed. Crimes that are part of the Colorado Victims Act are not part of this. And I just want to get some clarification from Judge Day, because I remember in the beginning there was some working through that. Of course, we talked about felony 4s, class 4s with that. So there's been a lot of change from the beginning where folks had some concerns. And you know, the goal is just as Councilmember Marcano said, this doesn't mean people are not being charged. It's to address these non-violent felonies. You know, like I think one of them is like check fraud or counterfeiting or things like that, to try to reduce the jail population for those non-violent felonies. But I'd like to get, since Judge Day has talked to Pfizer several times and we've had that benefit, Judge Day, could you talk about some of that, like the Colorado victims, like the Victims Association, where they are on this, and some of those changes and your overview of that, because it has come a long way from when we initially discussed it.
Sure. Good evening. Just as the mayor indicated and Luke indicated, the bill passed out of committee, Senate Judiciary, and was assigned to Appropriations. It was supposed to have a hearing on Friday the 30th, and it was pulled just as Luke indicated. There has not been any other amendments than what were proposed in the Senate Judiciary Committee. L001, L002, L003 all amended the bill, and it was voted on, and then it was passed. So we don't know any other amending language. I know Luke included within your packet a L005, which is a Senate floor amendment that I know Senator Lee has been working with different groups. There's also within your packet what's titled the proposed amendment to SB 62. Again, none of that has been adopted yet. And some of what you see within the proposed amendment document to SB 62 references lines that are not accurate. So I preface what I'm going to say as to what different groups are doing with the bill, with just that understanding that there hasn't been any formal amendments yet. It has not been brought before the Appropriations Committee for further discussion and further amendment. We anticipate that it will at some point in time, but there's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes, as you can imagine, just by the number of amendments that are being proposed. What their position was out of the Senate Judiciary Committee is they were in support of the bill. There were quite a few groups that were either neutral and have then since changed their position since it's been sent to Appropriations. There's groups that have gone in opposition. There's been further support for the bill as well. Again, as you can imagine, it's a pretty polarized bill. There's both strong opposition and strong support for the bill, as you can imagine. It's hard for me to provide any further comment until we actually do see what's going to be proposed at the committee and then formally voted. Just as I think Luke was asking for tonight, if the proposed amendments do take place in committee, what would be the position of council? But again, it's hard to say without seeing what, in fact, those amendments are, because just as any bill, it's very important to see what the exact language is being proposed. Just as the mayor indicated, things that are being proposed right now that are on paper may change in an hour, it may change in a day, it may change in a week. So until you actually see it, it's hard for me to provide further opinion or to provide any further valuable input for your consideration. I hope that helps. I know it was Councilmember Johnston. I know you wanted to know what COVA's position was. I think they're still, although I don't know this to be a fact, I think they're still in support, but they're still working with Senator Lee on language to the bill.
Mayor?
That's my understanding.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That actually is very helpful. And I was trying to see where COVA was, but I know that the parts of the COVA Act were incorporated. But it's helpful to know because generally I like to know all of what's happening before I take that final position. So you kind of painting that a lot is still in flux is helpful as well. So thank you.
I can add that the one provision of the bill that sets forth the detention eligible crimes list includes the VRA crimes. That has not changed from when it was proposed in the Senate and now is in appropriations, but they keep adding to that list as to what's detention eligible. And I think therein lies the rub because there's so many groups that are saying that a particular sets of crimes or type of crimes should be included and they're not currently included. And so I know that there's further discussion taking place, and I can offer that up that to give you one example, that the bill did not include aggravated motor vehicle theft when it was coming out of the Senate appropriation, or excuse me, Senate Judiciary. It's now included in one of the proposed amendments. And so that just gives you one example of what is being talked about.
Further discussion. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question on and I want to make sure I have this right. Is this still in the bill in terms of a defendant appearing before the court that they must grant a personal reconnaissance bond unless the defendant failed to appear 3 or more times in the case? I think that's crazy. Failed to appear 3 or more times? How about you failed to appear more than once? I mean, is that still in the bill?
As it was voted on in the Senate Judiciary, it was 3 or more times. There's been proposals, just as Luke indicated, that it's now been discussed to drop it down to 2. But if you look in the proposed amendment document to SB 62, if I read the strike below language correct, they're saying to strike the word 3 and replace it with 1. So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to stay at 3. I don't know if it's going to move to 2 or if it's even going to go to 1 because I haven't actually seen what's being proposed and what's voted on at committee. So I don't know.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. And I kind of think we shouldn't be supporting something until we know exactly what's being amended.
I think this is premature. Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure we clarify again that COVA is in support of the bill and that victims' rights groups are either neutral or in support. So the argument that this is anti-victim ignores what's actually happening in the discussion, and it's a rhetorical tool that, based on that support from victims, is frankly dishonest. I also want to make sure Angela Lawson, Councilmember Lawson, gets a chance to speak. She's been trying for a while and now being called on. But I also would like to hear from Public Defender Wilson his thoughts on the bill and amendments.
Thank you. Do you want me to go, Councilmember Lawson?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm Doug Wilson, and as many of you know, I was a state public defender for 12 years, and I worked on bail reform for probably 15 years, the last 15 years, including with the Colorado Criminal and Juvenile Justice Commission that I know Judge Day is on. I also this bill at Pfizer when it first came out and asked council to support it. I would, and I'm going to lead off by telling you this, I would suggest that you continue to monitor it for some of the very reasons that the judge talks about. I would disagree with some of the statements that the chief made. In particular, you should monitor it to see if these other 2 amendments go through. I also read what's been L005 and the proposed language. is a provision in L005 that talks about if the law enforcement's unable to sufficiently verify an individual's identity, they can be arrested. That's not passed yet. I've spoke with the sponsor, Senator Lee. I've also talked to the ACLU. That's where this bill originated from. And ironically, there are 3 prosecutors, 3 district attorneys that support this bill. The Colorado District Attorney's Council, my understanding, is neutral, and the victims groups are neutral, which is an epic 3 groups to come together, 2 groups plus the support from the prosecutors. That doesn't happen. It doesn't happen at the state legislature. And bill for these reasons. You got to look at it from Aurora, from municipal court. That's where we are now. The research, I've heard it talked about, the research actually says 2 things. Holding people in jail pre-trial more than 24 to 48 hours actually increases recidivism, not decreases. And you have to remember, these people are charged, not convicted. So they're pre-trial detainees. And the second thing that research shows is that money bond does absolutely nothing to protect the community. What money bond does is let typically rich people make bonds and get out. Poor people, typically people of color, can't make the bonds and stay in. And that's the research from which we started when we started dealing with bail reform, as I said, 15 years ago. I would urge you to monitor until you see what the other amendments do, but don't accept the fact that somehow money bond is going to protect Aurora, or that victims groups and district attorneys council are in opposition to this, because my understanding is they are not.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. First, before I comment on that, I just want to thank Luke for just giving some context on the process, because when this bill first came to the Pfizer committee, yes, we amended it, but on its first iteration at a study session, it basically was that our vote was moot. And I just want that to be publicly known, that Pfizer committee on the 30th did not take an amend position. That eventually we did in the beginning, but council took a vote on what position we would take on this bill. Secondly, I want to mention something as well. I asked, and I actually kind of mandated that APD be at every single Pfizer committee meeting, because I wanted to hear from them from the context of just technical things, because I'm not out in the field. And, you know, there might be certain questions that I have and the committee has. They are not lobbying at the Pfizer committee. They are giving, like Chief Wilson and Judge Day and everybody, and Doug Wilson is giving their opinions and concerns, because there are certain things that we don't know technically because we're not out in the field. So I just want to say that I don't know about, there was something out there in the world of social media saying that they were lobbying. They are not lobbying. I think it's important to have all of the context of everybody, Judge Day, Chief Wilson, whoever the representative is, and that's why they are at Pfizer. They are not lobbying. So I just wanted to put that out there, because that's not accurate information. We need these expert opinions and for me, in order to make an informed decision. So I just wanted to put that out there, just to kind of have, so the public knows what is really going on at Pfizer. And I would advise people who really want to hear what's going on at Pfizer to come to our meetings and at least listen to the recordings to see what is said. As far as this bill is concerned, I'm going to be for the monitoring position, because there's too many amendments. I know what constituents have talked to me about, especially with car theft. And I know that there's an amendment probably that's going to come out about that. But to say that someone, if you don't get physically touched, that you're not a victim. I mean, if my car gets stolen, that's my livelihood. That I have to commute. I have to, I'm paying on it. I have to get to work. To me, I'm a victim. So there's just some concerns that I've gotten from constituents as well that I think that are being proposed in some of these amendments. And I think for me, I would like to, before I make any decision, I want to see what those amendments are. So thank you very much.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of what I wanted to say has already kind of been covered by other folks, but I did want to add something else to it. Well, maybe two things here. The first is speaking from an Arapahoe County standpoint, because I think a lot of us do live in Arapahoe County. Y'all might remember a ballot initiative or a ballot question rather that we had a few years ago asking to raise taxes for the Arapahoe County Jail. And part of what SB 62 is trying to address is the driver behind that initiative is I think it was like 70%, if I'm not mistaken, of the folks who were in the jail are there pre-trial. And that's a rotating population, but it was the bulk of the folks who were there. They're not there for extended sentences. It's just the people who could not afford to get out of jail before their trial. So that's a big part of what this addresses. And I think that that's important to keep in mind. Second is that, you know, the victim advocacy groups are turning towards support, which I think is really important. But something for everyone who might be listening, this is also very important, is that the penalties that currently exist are not currently deterring crime. And that, you know, this isn't necessarily softening the penalties. This is actually like giving people a chance to not have their entire life fall apart around them because they happen to become detained before their trial. That's a lot of what we're dealing with, especially when we look at like the economics of like motor vehicle thefts and the catalytic converter thefts. It's a sign of people not being able to meet their needs. And as policymakers, we need to be taking a more proactive approach to ensure that we're actually building a society where people are not in this level of need and destitute. You know, you can make a lot of money doing what some of these folks are doing, and it sucks because then they end up hurting our community. We are effectively cannibalizing ourselves. And what we really need to be doing is raising people's wages, ensuring they can afford their houses, and doing a lot of the other stuff that we've tried to get done on this council already, but sadly have come up short on. So just wanted to throw that back out there because all of this stuff that we have talked about in the past and are talking about tonight, all of this is public safety. It's not just this one specific bill. It's wages, housing, education, etc. So thanks.
Okay, I think the question before us is to move from the position of monitor to the position of support.
Mayor. Mayor, I'm sorry, if I could interrupt. At this point, staff would recommend not taking any action. As Judge Day said, none of these amendments have passed. When this item was scheduled, it was expected that the bill would have moved further and some developments happened on Wednesday or on Friday. So I'd recommend that we just make this informational, and I will bring the item back when it's progressed further.
Next time, let's not bring it forward until it's ready.
Understood.
With that, there is no action that is necessary. 4B, background checks for boards and commission members. Roberto Venegas.
I think Katie is, you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I will be brief given the hour, and you've been in a long meeting, so I will try to be brief. This is an item that everybody's familiar with. Came up in the context of the appointment to the Civil Service Commission. Several council members asked staff to provide some information on background checks and what we do for volunteer boards and commissions. And the first slide. So discussion areas, current capability to conduct background checks, our policy and staff implications. I'll go through that very briefly. Some options for revising the current board and commission application, which was in your backup. So you have the current application that we have and what we do ask of applicants. And obviously then getting some policy direction from council. So next slide. So, you know, background checks was a little bit of there wasn't a lot of clarity about what we're looking for. Staff took it to mean criminal background checks. Obviously, you can do finance and credit checks. I didn't think that's what we were talking about. We're talking about a basic criminal background check for any volunteer board and commission applicant. We do have that capability, obviously, for personnel in the city. HR runs credit finance backgrounds as well as criminal background checks for all full-time employees and contractors here in the city. We have that capability. We do have firms and vendors that are on call that can do that for about $10 approximately per application. So we do that for volunteers. I did want folks to know that. Jamie Leduc in the HR department who does our volunteer coordination, we do have that background check for those volunteers and use the similar service to be able to do that. We do that in particular, for example, the Youth Commission, where we have folks working with youth and want to make sure that we have a background check on them to make sure that they are appropriately do not have any issues if they are working with those commissions. So we do have that capability, and there is a cost, of course. We do have 30, next slide, sorry. Policy and staff implications just to consider as you look at this issue. We do not currently have this as a requirement in our applications. We have historically, because these are volunteers, because it's generally been a challenge to try to get volunteers to serve on these boards, we have not included that historically. If we were to pursue that, we would need to, for legal reasons, have that clearly marked on an application that the applicant would be, in order to be considered, have to check that box in order to have permission for the city to run a background check, a criminal background check on them prior to them being considered for the application. The other thing to consider as well is if we were to go down this path, this consideration, any material that would be returned back to us would then be provided to the council. There are lots of legal issues and requirements that then you would need to adhere to in terms of having that applicant be able to address any issues. And certainly it would all be a judgment call in terms of your discretion about whether any one thing would rise to the level of them being disqualified. It would just be a discretion. So I just wanted to put that out there as a caution, and that even if we do get a background material back on any individual applicant, it isn't an automatic disqualifier, and it still would be up to the council to make that decision. The other consideration, after speaking with legal, is that background check is an open record. It is a public record at that point. So any applicant who has submitted a background check who may have an issue at any point, that discussion would not be an executive session item. It would be an item that you would need to discuss in a public meeting in terms of an applicant's background check. So that might be challenging for applicants to be able to have that. There is no law there that would allow them to have that, would allow you to have those deliberations in an executive session, because that is a public record. The criminal background and anything found on a criminal background would be a public record. So next slide. I think we talked a little bit about this. I just mentioned the first one. It is a CORA eligible record, and so you would have that conversation if you pursued that policy option. We currently have 32 boards, soon to have 33 boards with the civic engagement board that's going to be started up here in the next few weeks. About 310 individual boards and commission members at any one time. So we would need to do some, if you pursued that path, we would need to do some fiscal impacts for the HR and clerk's office, which currently only has one person who does some of that verification and due diligence on the applications that come through now for residency and other things. And I mentioned the $10 fee. Next slide. One option that staff was recommending and bringing forward, given the policy implications that I just outlined, is simply, and this will sound a little bit like deja vu from the vacancy conversation, adding the questions that we had into the current application that would at least allow the applicant to divulge any information that may be embarrassing or awkward to the city that we should be considering. You've seen this in others. I think I've seen it in the governor's commission. They put that application question on there, and a lot of people do. It's fairly common. We got these questions, as I mentioned before, from the HR department. So one option would be to add that a couple of questions to the application, the current application, to be able to address that. The other one is We ask for a current employer. We don't talk a little bit about revising the employment questions. We talk about employment history, kind of reason for leaving, or last 3 jobs and reason for leaving, something like that. We certainly can revise the application to include that. And the reason why we're doing this is obviously because of the challenges it creates with doing the other background checks that I just outlined with the policy, but also, you know, we think this is an easier way to get to, I think, some of the concerns that were addressed in the specific examples that we just had. So, for example, in the Civil Service Commission, if we had done a criminal background check, none of the issues that arose would have come out in that analysis. It would have not been. There would have not, the employment history question that would have not been raised in a criminal background check. So we just want to make sure we're precise in using the right tool. And so we think that having questions that the applicant has to answer in the affirmative gets to that without going down some of the more challenging policy implications. So with that, I will go to the next. And those are the 2 questions. You've seen them. Those are the questions we used in the vacancy. Those are the similar questions that we use in this application if the council would like to revise the current application. Next slide. I'll leave it at that, and Mayor, open it for questions.
Questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so I had thought when we discussed this in the past that it was going to come to committee first, and that never happened. So is there a reason that it did not come to committee to try to hammer out some of these issues?
Only because it was already in a full council discussion, and we had already brought it up in the context of the appointment with the Civil Service Commission. That was the only reason. I apologize if we probably should have gone to policy, but because we had already had the full conversation at the council level, staff made the decision to bring it here. We could have brought it to policy, and we can go back to policy if that's still the direction of the council.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I like the questions to be included in our boards and commissions. I think that's a good idea. It doesn't, you know, I mean, somebody could still lie in answering the questions, as obviously happened with the Civil Service Commission. I wanted to say on number 2, it says policy and staff implications for conducting background checks for volunteer boards and commissions. We do background checks for the neighborhood watch area coordinators. Those are all volunteers. And then we also do them for the Aurora Citizen Police Academy. And I'm not suggesting that we do the background checks for all boards and commissions. I think the questions are really good that we should include for all boards and commissions. But I do think for the Civil Service Commission, that I would be in favor of a background check as well as the questions.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz? No, Councilmember Johnston.
So just as a reminder, us who ran for city council did not have background checks. And I'm fine with that. I just think it's like we're putting different standards in place for volunteers, and we're also eliminating when we pass this second chance resolution, and we can read into it as much as we want, but these are the opportunities that a background check, I think it's more accountability. And if there wasn't transparency and we wanted it and we wanted accountability, then it's us as a council to decide if that's an issue or not. And then we can not appoint that person if we find out about it ahead of time or after the fact. But I have a real problem with doing all of these screenings. We don't do it ourselves as elected. I can see if there's a situation, and I don't know, on the youth commission, if we have, I believe there are a couple of members who are not youth and adults, and if there's interaction with youth, maybe some background just like school districts do. Like when I volunteered at the school, I had to do that. So maybe that's appropriate, but the others, for people giving their opinion, it doesn't matter to me. Any criminal background, I don't think this is necessary.
Further discussion?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I just wanted it for the Civil Service Commission, just the background checks, not for the other boards and commissions, but I actually will probably be bringing forward an ordinance. I think I had discussed this before, and I have not done it, is a background check for council members. I think we should be background checked.
Burzins?
Councilmember Burzins.
Thank you. Well, I have to say that I have been background checked twice. I had to give my fingerprints, 2005 and 2009. That was the standard procedure to have background checks. We would go over to the courthouse and be fingerprinted. So I don't know what happened with the later council. I don't know who stopped it and why they stopped it, but all of a sudden one year they weren't having it anymore. And but to answer your question, we did have it. I had it twice. And everybody that was running for office had a background check. And we made us feel a lot more comfortable. But I do like the two questions, Roberto, if you can squeeze them on an application for everyone, just to give us an idea of their last 3 jobs and why they left. But I'd also like to see on here just a simple question: do you have a conflict of interest? Why you should or shouldn't be on this committee? I think that would answer a lot of questions too. And that could be like the third simple question: is there a conflict of interest? Yes or no? And then we could go from there. But I am concerned with the Civil Service Commission. Planning and zoning came to mind. Maybe those two could ask a few more questions, but definitely Civil Service Commission.
Further comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I think the first question that we saw on the last slide that Roberto showed us might be a good addition. Maybe just to the 2 commissions that we appoint folks to that actually have binding decisions. But aside from that, I want to echo what Councilmember Johnston said. Even as elected officials, when you run, you don't have to go through any of those hurdles and stuff. We all do, I think, through the course of campaigning, talk about our lives, and if we have anything in our background, I think that gets addressed, and typically proactively. But I think having them jump through extra hurdles that we wouldn't ask of ourselves is unreasonable. And the other concern I have, well, actually, I won't bring that up now because we're not discussing that other item yet, but when it does, we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So yeah, one of the things that I had mentioned was not necessarily things designed to kind of avoid embarrassment for us, although I agree with Councilmember Burzins that conflict of interest is very relevant, and I did mention that before, but more so board-specific questions that the boards and commissions, the people serving, could come up with that could be kind of part of a drop-down, because a lot of people are doing these online, where when you say which commission you're applying to, it could be specific to that commission, because a lot of times when people answer just the why do you want this appointment, it's like a 1-sentence thing that doesn't necessarily talk a lot about the specific commission. So I think having something that gives council, when we're reading these applications, a sense of what the connection to the specific board or commission is would be of value in reviewing those applications.
Further discussion? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Roberto, are you ready now? Okay.
I can propose this, I think, because there's a lot of different comments. This isn't time sensitive. It's not an emergency. So I can literally take some of the comments that were provided, some suggestions, and come back to another study session with some specific proposals to meet some of the questions that were asked, maybe a couple of options with specific to certain boards and commissions, and then we can go down and vote on which ones you want to pursue. I just wanted to, we can use this as an opportunity, and it's also 10:40 at night. I use this as an opportunity to take all the input and then get good input from you, all of the council members, and bring it back with some options based on those recommendations.
Okay, let's see, items for the city council, none. Miscellaneous items, none. Items removed from the agenda, if any, none. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, y'all.
Night.